this journey. Behind her is a friend, Florence, someone who understands the effort it takes for her to keep up.
What I admire most about her is her determination. She is very active in class and she forces to do all the activities we engage ourselves in. Sometimes I help her in her class works and homeworks if she doesn't understand them in some of the lessons.
That support has made a difference. For a long time, she didn't feel she belonged. In her previous school, she was often blamed for things she did not do, and it wore her down.
Make me feel painful. You write on your hand and you put some.
How did that make you feel?
I feel like I'm not part of the school.
You feel?
I feel like I'm not part of the school. You make me feel sad and make me cry.
Dama, no, class 2 say class 10. Na kwala bi pese omo tan nani. E wo school mo ti afi de na du baby na school no pese obekobi. No mo nsem omo timi ko chiro wo mo. No mo na ahye no. Ye bi so mo se na ama na ye principal na ye. O se ma nya me na me ye ma me nya hwe. Nti afi de school no because ma me ko school ni bio. Ma me ko school ni bio. No so na afi de na me krokro na me dadan.
It got to a point where she no longer wanted to go to school. Her confidence dropped, and the place that once excited her became difficult to return to. But that changed when she moved to a new school.
I didn't even start home.
So how was it like?
Here, she found something different. Teachers who stayed back to help, classmates who included her, and an environment where she could try again without fear. Now, the focus has shifted to what lies ahead.
You say that you're very prepared. So what school selections do you want to make? Those are the two selections that she wants. What aggregate are you hoping to get?
So as I was saying this morning,
Her teacher believes she's done the work. They have adjusted their teaching, created extra time for her, and pushed her to improve step by step.
we've already spoken to the center where we are going to write. So we want to see the supervisor and then also talk to him. I don't know whether he'll be. So I think when they came for the registration, we told them that we have this special child in our house, and they said, okay, so we should write a letter to GS so that as for her, they can give her a period of time for her to complete with everything before she will submit it. So we've already done that already. So in the BC at the hall, they will give her some time to finish with everything before they will take the paper.
Now no achievement of making my dreams come true.
For Priscilla, this BEC is not just another test. It is a result of years of effort and setbacks she's had to overcome. And now, she's ready to take that step forward. Esther Nkrumah, Joy News, Accra.
Hello beautiful people, welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira, where we learn about home tips, DIYs and home remedies. Well, today we are going to talk about a certain kind of vegetable, or would you call it a fruit? I'm talking about squash, or would you say it's a pumpkin? Well, today I'm going to show you a simple recipe that you can do with this vegetable. The simple recipe that I'm sharing with you is how to use your squash for a drink. Yes, some yummy, delicious, creamy drink. I'm going to cut the squash, remove the seeds, and then dice it into pieces. And I'll add carrot to it and 3 pieces of date as a sweetener, and I'll set it to boil so that I can have, the carrot and the squash can soften, and then I will set to blend it for a creamy drink. So, but before we do that, of course, we have to start by cutting the squash. It is very hard, so when you're cutting, just exert pressure on the knife to cut the squash. Let's see the inside of how the squash looks like. If you want to buy squash, look out for the orange hued color. That indicates that it is ripe, but there is some that is also green, especially this particular type. If it has the green rind, what you can do is that get it, put it in your storeroom and store it. It can last for like a month and beyond. But once you cut it, make sure that you cover the remaining with a rubber foil and keep it in your fridge, and don't let it keep too long there and use it on regular basis. So let's set to work. Because peeling is so hard, you can choose to boil it with the rind, and then after it's cooked, you just remove the rind and throw it away and use the pulp inside. Or you can just take your time and peel it. Let's remove the seeds. After cutting your squash, you can deseed and not throw the seeds away. Keep them and dry them and use them in your meal. You have to, when they are dried, you have to just crack it open and remove the shells and use the seeds inside. They are high in fiber, it contains protein, it contains calcium, and when you add it to your diet, trust you me, you are reaping some maximum health benefits. So here I have the dried one, and then this is what I'm just removing. I'm still going to dry them in the sun for my use. So apart from using the knife to peel, you can also use a scraper to also peel the squash. Right now, I have my diced squash. So I'm going to take 1.5 cups of it. And then I'll add 1 cup of the carrot to the pan. Add my date and then add enough water to boil. And then I'll put it on fire to boil. You can add a pinch of salt to it if you like, or you can just boil it raw. While it's on fire, now let's get to extracting our coconut milk. So I have my diced coconut here. I have my ginger here. I'm going to pour everything together into the blender, add about 300 ml of water, and then set to blend. I'll sieve it and then get my coconut milk, and I'll use that as a base for blending my drink. See how cooked the squash looks like? It's so soft and mushy. The reason why I added the dates to the boiling carrots and squash is that I couldn't soak it earlier in water to soften it. You know that date is usually hard. So if you can have the chance to soak it, let's say an hour before you do this great recipe, you don't have to add it to the boiling squash and carrots. I'm adding 1 cup of coconut milk. Based on your preference, you can decide to use solely the coconut milk to do it, or you can add like a cup of water to water down the milk in case you don't like the taste of the milk so much. Because it's a yellow drink, you can also decide to add cinnamon powder to it, or to boost the nutritional value of this great and unique drink. So I am going to add a pinch of the nutmeg, and then a pinch of the cinnamon powder, and a pinch of moringa powder, and the baobab powder. Like I said, It depends on what you want. In fact, you can decide not to add anything, or you can decide to add a variety of spices to this nutritional drink. I'm covering it just to whisk the blender for everything to mix, or you can just garnish it in your glass depending on how you like it. Good. This drink is best enjoyed chilled, so I'm going to put some ice cubes in there. Oh my goodness, look at how sweet the drink looks. One good thing about this drink is that it is good for your eyesight because it contains beta-carotene. The squash contains beta-carotene and the carrot also contains beta-carotene. And so do all orange-looking fruits and vegetables. So if you have eye problem, please let this drink be your friend. I just love the drink. You can taste the coconut milk and not too much of the spices because I added just smaller quantities to it. And then the carrot and the squash so blended in beautifully. And I just love it. Okay, so it is not too sweet. So if you want it sweetened, you can add more dates to it. And if you want it spicy, increase the ginger. And if you want more of the moringa, add more. Whatever you want, just explore and be creative about the drink that you are going to take. I am just enjoying it. Bon appetit. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira on how to use your squash. So anytime you have access to one, please don't hesitate to get it for yourself. And in subsequent episodes, I'm going to show you how the unique and the diverse ways that you can use this vegetable, be it baking, grilling, or what have you. I believe you have learned a lot, and I want to wish you the best of the season. And don't forget to visit my social media handles, Facebook Home Tips with Mira, YouTube Home Tips with Mira. Like, subscribe, and share so that other people can also know the unique ways to use this vegetable. Please drink this for your eyesight. Until next time, it is bye-bye from me and stay positive.
I am Anas Sabit on the principal streets of Techiman, and this is Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Hello, good morning and welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis program. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. The unfortunate death of Charles Amissah, the young man who had an accident and on the 6th of February went to 1, 2, 3 of some of the very best of the nation's hospitals and got turned away. The no-bed syndrome. A committee set up to investigate concludes that he had the chance of surviving. At all these 3 places where he visited, he was taken to, within the 118 minutes that he spent, he was alive and could survive. In fact, the ambulance could have done something also. So 4 doctors have been fingered and 3 nurses isolated for Charles Amissah's death. They have been referred to their 2 respective professional bodies for sanction. Is it for further investigation or for just sanction? So, the nurses' body, the doctors have also issued statements and they are unhappy. They appear to suggest that this is scapegoating these 7 individuals who were on duty on the 6th of February. They suggest that naming them has brought them trauma and has got the public to attack them unnecessarily. Is this an opportunity to fix this problem? It's not new. Many have died, and as we speak, many have gone through similar situations, but perhaps their circumstance has not received the media attention that this one is receiving. We'll interrogate that. And then, PDS. Remember PDS? The consortium that took over ECG's operations, the large part of it, and which President Mahama made a promise in 2024 that he will ensure that those who did the wrongs and led us to losing over 85 million US dollars from the US Compact Millennium Corporation to reform our electricity company will be brought to book. Is this oral in flight or clutching at straws? Because as we know, and we will share with you some of the evidence that went actually to arbitration in London, PDS does not appear to owe anybody any longer. So what is this claim of some 180 million in a Carl bank account that's gone missing and for which the 4 individuals have been picked up and granted bail? We'll tell you the chilling story of the lawyers involved, 2 of them arrested and granted bail. In fact, as we are learning, they went to the BNI to represent their clients, and they were refused to represent their clients, but rather turned into suspects who had to be arrested. And they were detained and released the next day. Lawyers attending to represent their clients, arrested and detained. We deal with that. And connected to that, NAFCO. You know that? Right. Those 2 individuals, particularly the man and his wife in the buffer stock scandal, so to speak. You remember the trailer in Manila or whatever it is in the oral investigations. There are suggestions that the case is crumbling, and the Attorney General attempted to put in some statements in the court without using the due process. Then the former Attorney General Godfrey Dami, who represents Hanan and his wife, objected, and the judge rightly held that those statements could not be taken. So they were struck off, dismissed. Of course, Yoko officials have also been trying to assist the Attorney General in the prosecution, and their capacity has also been questioned whether or not they have the authorization. In the process, the Attorney General decided to, as it were, withdraw the case. In withdrawing the case, the judge discharged the accused persons. After they were discharged, they were rearrested immediately. Once again, detained. Their lawyers denied access to them. What is happening? Is there an alternative story that is believable? We'll look at these matters right here on Newsfile. And World Press Freedom Day, we are still in that week. We want to check how Mahama is doing. Is he doing well? While the country may have done better, there are suggestions that there's a silent crackdown. We'll be right back. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. He did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, attention you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action. Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, go to my sasso.
tempo, tempo mami, tempo papa.
Sasso, come tom preko.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleuma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, Prudin, and Pedrolo water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following number: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile, it's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first, and here is Samson's take. I title it Transfers as Punishment. The Confessions of Minister Linda Oklu. The airwaves are currently saturated with indignation. The Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Obeniwa Akwele Oklu, has spoken, and the backlash is swift. During a media engagement regarding the demolition of structures at the Sakumano Ramsar site, she suggested that technocrats and engineers found culpable of issuing illegal permits will be sanctioned by being transferred to the northern region. Now the chorus is unanimous. Apology. She must apologize. But if you followed this journey long enough, you know my stance. While the reference was indeed unfortunate and derogatory, focusing solely on the demand for an apology misses the forest for the trees. In fact, it is a convenient distraction. We are chasing the shadow while the monster of systemic injustice continues to feed in the dark. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks, so the Holy Book says. Her words weren't just a slip in communication, as her press, release claims. They were a confession of a deep-seated, institutionalized rot. I don't want her apology. It is a deceitful balm for a gaping wound. I want a reset. So in this town, we claim we don't know about transfers in the public service being used as punishment. Really? This is even recorded in official disciplinary reports. We see this happen to teachers a lot of the time. So you see our problem? Just the other day, I was in court fighting transfers clearly meant as punishment. And the Republic, through JIDA, YEA, was defending it, gidi. As if injustice must be dressed up as law. I have known teachers, police officers, and consummate professionals, some of whom have been calling me in the course of this week, who have been punished to Siberia, to those regions. It's not only the northern region. You know it. Stop pretending. A hypocrisy will kill us. Politicians without morals have been doing this for years. And you see, we only rejoice because we are not affected. Often, that's what happens. Yet, those who suffer such punishments are often the most principled servants of the Republic. And when these happen, they are often in the midst of a top-up education. They are doing some afternoon classes, evening classes, weekend classes, and all of this is abruptly cut short. I know senior police officers who suffered this just as punishment. Their families are uprooted and their children suffer. Yeah, their side hustle is all in danger. So, I don't talk rumor and I don't talk feelings. We are destroying this republic, one transfer after the other. Only last week, a senior professional spoke with me. He has been punished to one of those places, Siberia, with a transfer for obvious political motivation arising from a change in government. Yes, simply because there's been a change in government. The people in the office are not too comfortable with him, so he must go, regardless that he's a consummate professional. This is business as usual. Efficient workers are destabilized and silenced. Communities are treated as exile zones. These punishments to Siberia often come without any real roles. The offices they are sent to are already full and do not need extra hands. I'm telling you from experience, telling you facts. We have built a republic where many show up at work only to sign the attendance book for a monthly salary because we have misplaced their competencies. I'll give you an example. Years ago, I handled a case of mass transfers carried out simply because of a change in government. One driver, without any formal education, was transferred from Accra to Wa, or was it Hamile, for an IT role. That's the role he was supposed to play where he was going. Winning party boys here in Juma. So forget the cost to the state. The politicians don't care that it costs the state. There are directors, people in managerial positions who have been transferred because of a change of government. And guess where they have been transferred to? Where they have been transferred to, there are people already in those offices. They don't have any roles to play. Some of them, in fact, don't end up staying in those places, but they draw salary every month. That's what your money is being used to. That's where you should direct your anger and not the fact that she has made a confession. Positions are shuffled, competence is ignored, and lives are destabilized, all in the name of politics. Just yesterday, another senior civil servant reached out to me. He's been tossed to 5 different places in 5 years against every applicable rule of his institution against such frequent transfers. Transfers must never be political weapons. They must serve the Republic, not destroy it, one posting at a time. Let the minister's confession drive a total reset of our public service and the posting policies. And not just a hollow apology. It is only for deceit that such apologies are meant. No more. And check how we are discussing this matter. We are talking about the insult, but not the injury. This time, you did there. And that's my take. Be right back with my guest.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. If you have never had mouth pain or a dental issue in your life, then you are one of the lucky few. Dental emergencies can happen unexpectedly and require prompt attention and expert care. Whether it's a toothache, a broken tooth from an accident, a bone stuck between your teeth, a broken denture or crown just before an important event, or any other urgent dental issue, you need a reliable dental clinic you can rush to if you or a family member has a dental emergency. The clinic you select should be equipped to manage a wide range of dental emergencies effectively when you need it most.
Healthy smile.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here, for now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Hi. Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Did you know that Ghana's Children's Act Section 91 clearly says,
no person shall engage a child in exploitative labor?
That means children must not be made to do work that deprives them of their education, health, or development.
Hazardous work?
That is not allowed. Working in stone quarries, carrying heavy loads as kayaye, hawking on busy streets in the scorching sun, being used as domestic servants in homes, or diving into dangerous waters to untangle nets, rowing canoes for hours under the hot sun, and working all day without food or rest.
Yet, too many of our children are trafficked from towns and villages across Ghana to the shores of the Volta Lake, trapped in fishing boats, robbed of their childhood, and exposed to danger every single day.
Human trafficking means the recruitment, transportation, harboring, or trading of persons within and across national borders for purposes of exploitation.
I want to go to school, but now I only work.
This is child trafficking.
It is a crime.
It is against the law, and it must stop now.
Parents, guardians, community leaders, protect our children.
Report suspicious movement of children and do not give your child away to strangers promising jobs.
Together, let's end child trafficking now.
This message is brought to you by the International Justice Mission with support from the National Commission for Civic Education.
Now, the key findings. Charles Amissah died of exsanguination, excessive loss of blood, due to an upper right arm bone and soft tissue injury, causing damage to the axillary and brachial arteries and veins. If the ambulance crew had applied compression on the laceration and packed the deep wound prior to transportation, they could have stopped the bleeding. We discovered that there was lack of documentation of critical vital signs of the patient. When they got there, they were able to take the blood pressure, they were able to take the SpO2, that's the oxygen content in the blood. But beyond that, there was very little that they could do. And it was because if you looked at the ambulance itself had equipment that were stationary. And unfortunately, the BP cuff got torn, and therefore it was difficult for them to take. Key findings related to the police hospital. Ambulance arrived at the hospital with the patient alive. Hospital failed to triage the patient and initiate stabilizing interventions. At the Greater Accra Regional Hospital, ambulance arrived at hospital with patient alive. It's important that we state all these things, because at the time they got to the hospital, patient was alive. Hospital failed to triage the patient and initiate stabilizing interventions. In Kolebu Teaching Hospital, ambulance arrived at the hospital with the patient alive. Hospital failed to triage the patient and initiate stabilizing interventions. Ambulance crew was redirected to from Kolebu Teaching Hospital to UGMC, but they refused. Patient died in the ambulance Key findings in respect of the professionals. Dr. Anne-Marie Kudowo failed to exercise ethical and professional judgment prudently by not attending to Charles Amissah in a life-threatening condition at Police Hospital, leading to his death later from severe loss of blood. And she was untruthful to the committee. Dr. Nina, now, the significant post-mortem findings were that there was a deep laceration injury of the right upper arm and blood vessels and muscles. Charles Amissah had a comminuted open fracture of the right upper humerus. He had severe pallor of all internal organs, shocked kidneys from exsanguination, cerebral edema, and had a mild cardiomegaly. Now, this is a snapshot of precisely what happened, and I think that, for me, this tells the whole story. At time T, 000022.32, this was the incident scene. The ambulance got to the accident site. From there, 11 minutes, 22.43, they arrived at Police Hospital. This was the first point of contact with the former hospital system. So arrival of Police Hospital, and from there, they were moved on to the Greater Accra Regional Hospital. They arrived 26 minutes later at 22:58 to Greater Accra Regional Hospital. And again, at Greater Accra Regional Hospital, they were moved on to Korle Bu Teaching Hospital. 48 minutes later, at 23:20, they arrived at Korle Bu Teaching Hospital. And in all this, patient was alive. Again, Korle Bu Hospital, there was no joy. In fact, he was moved on to go to UGMC, but the ambulance crew refused to move. And at 00:30, 118 minutes later, patient was pronounced dead. And the pathology confirms a slow death from medical neglect and was not from the instant trauma. What it means is that if at any of these facilities there had been medical intervention, Charles Amissah could have survived. Dr. Anne-Marie Kudowo should be referred to the management of Police Hospital and to the Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah and for being untruthful to the committee. Dr. Nina Naomi Ejram Adotevi should be referred to the management of Greater Accra Regional Hospital as their employer. They have oversight, administrative and management disciplinary processes that they must go through, and the Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah. Dr. Ida Durant should be referred to the management of Korle Bu Teaching Hospital and Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah. Dr. Genevieve Ajar should be referred to the management of Korle Bu Teaching Hospital and Medical and Dental Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah. Ms. Akosia B. Texan should be referred to the management of Greater Accra Regional Hospital and to the Nurses and Midwives Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah. Ms. Joy Daisy Nelson should be referred to the management of Korle Bu Teaching Hospital and the Nurses and Midwives Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah. Ms. Salamatu Al-Hassan Edu should be referred to Korle Bu Teaching Hospital and Nurses and Midwives Council for disciplinary action against her for breach of professional duty to Charles Amissah. There were specific recommendations to expedite action on the establishment of a national electronic emergency bed management system. This was one of the critical findings of the committee. To take steps to fully integrate the Ghana Armed Forces Critical Care and Emergency Hospital into the National Emergency and Critical Care System. It was something that we discovered. It has a 150-bed capacity with an ICU, an intensive care unit, and we felt that this is a national asset that should be brought into the National Emergency and Critical Care System. Ensure compulsory triaging of all patients brought to all healthcare facilities in a state of emergency across the country. And by all healthcare facilities, we're looking at both public and private healthcare facilities. Establish a national emergency care fund to enable emergency care for the first 24 hours in public and private healthcare facilities across the country. What this means is that if you're picked up anywhere, then you are moved to the nearest hospital for stabilization, whether it's private, whether it's public. And for the private sector, one of their problems was, of course, reimbursement. And that is why we felt there's a need to establish this National Emergency Care Fund, in addition to what National Health Insurance does and what the National Insurance Commission does to facilitate, to expedite action on legislation for public and private health care facilities to prioritize life-threatening cases and ensure stabilizing interventions for patients in need of emergency care across the country. Ensure basic life support. And I just want to refer to all of you journalists here. I don't believe any of you know what basic life support is. If anybody collapses here, or even in the Ghana Journalists Association Forum, who can step and go and make sure that that person survives?
We are saying that it is beyond just the facility. It is the individuals. And please, if you are a medical professional and you are tired of the work, probably you have to, you can resign. I'm telling you, Ghana will survive. You have, if you are ready to work, please, there are ethics. If you can't do something, you call your colleague doctor, your senior doctor. And one funny thing about doctors is that the senior doctors is that they are always happy to be called. Once a junior doctor calls a senior doctor, they are ready to run and come and help. It's something that in my 33 years of practice, I realized that whenever you want help from a doctor you call, a colleague doctor calls that person, he will run and come and help. This should not have happened. This has nothing to do with no bed syndrome, but that was the name that was given to it. And that was probably the investigation or the referral that was given to the committee. And it has happened at Kaswa, where somebody who has been admitted, he has spent 36 hours there and they are saying no bed. Has he been lying on the floor all that time that there was no bed at the recovery ward? Do you need to do a cesarean section and send the person automatically or compulsorily to a recovery ward?
Exsanguination is something that can kill within minutes. And he lost his golden 1 hour to be saved. And I've also thought about it several times, but it's only God that knows best. And I'm hoping that this will be the end of such a tragedy. So we would partner with whoever the Ministry of Health, all the stakeholders with Charles Amissah Foundation to make sure that we improve our referral systems and our emergency response so that at the end we can say that I mean, Ghana has ended this crisis. It's a tough thing to do. I've been hearing from major stakeholders, it's very tough to do, but it's doable.
Beyond the disciplinary actions that they have been referred to, the key medical practitioners who have been named in this report, is the family going to take any action against them, maybe?
For now, we haven't discussed anything of that sort yet.
Right, so that's Charles Amissah's family, sister, speaking there to Joy News. And you can imagine, and she is also a medical practitioner, so she has an idea how these things go. And you heard her say the golden 1 hour. My understanding is that 1 hour is just too much time, enough time to save a dying person at the hospital in the circumstance that Charles found himself. And then also you heard from the communications ministry, Mark Kirk Nawane, who also feels that, well, health practitioners, doctors who feel they are not ready for the work, they should just, lay their tools, and Ghana will not die, as he says, we will survive without them. So if you're not ready for the job, just stop and go on and go. And then before that, you had Professor Ajuman Bedwa-Kosa in his very, very usual characteristic, fashion, very blunt as far as what their findings are concerned. No need to sugarcoat anything. My guest joining me this morning to look at this very important issue, and don't think that it is not close to you, because you never know when you will need help, and attending to seeking help in these very important facilities, 3 of them, and not getting any. Where else can you hope to get help? Professor Paul Osei Sampene is a medical doctor. He's a fellow, German Academy of Pathology, and a member of the Ghana Medical Association. Dr. Anthony Nsiasari is former Director General, Ghana Health Service, and former Presidential Advisor on Health. He's done this for a long time, from various hospitals across the country until he ended up in Konfanochi, and then subsequently becoming the Director General and then advising President Akufo-Addo. My friend, my classmate, Dr. Justice Yankson is here. He's lawyer and former General Secretary, the Ghana Medical Association. Victoria Bright, international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur, is also here. Vera Abnado is Programs Officer, CDD Ghana, Elections, Rule of Law, and Anti-Corruption. Abbas Nuruddin is also lawyer and CEO, Social Investment Fund. They are our guests for this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for making time to be here on Newsfile.
Thank you very much.
So I'd like to start not from the practitioners, the doctors. I'll begin with Vicky Bright. Okay. How do you assess what has happened? And from the findings, do you have hope that something will change? And I don't have to remind all of us, but in 2018, a 70-year-old man died after being turned away by 7 hospitals. 7 hospitals. Well, he was 70, so you can imagine how precarious it was. Charles, only 29. Yes, Vicky.
I'd like to start by expressing my deepest condolences to the family of Charles Amissah. I think everybody in this country has been moved by this story and other stories before Charles Amissah, sadly. I'd also like to commend the committee for the thorough work they did and for their boldness in actually spelling out what happened, because that kind of candid expression of institutional failure is not something we often see in this country. From my point of view, this case should disturb every single Ghanaian. As you said, don't think it's got nothing to do with you. It has something to do with each and every one of us. Because it tells us something very scary, something frightening, that if you're in a medical emergency, the issue may not just be whether help arrives and whether it arrives on time, but whether the system actually knows what to do when that help finally arrives. We know that his death has been described as avoidable, and the word avoidable is the indictment in this situation. It means that this was not fate, it was not something that you can even console yourself with, if you can ever console yourself with the death of a 29-year-old. It was failure, pure and simple. There's no sugarcoating it. Those precious 118 minutes where the referral loop failed abysmally. The medical professionals failed abysmally. That's what led to what Professor Bedu-Akosa described as a slow death from medical neglect. And you know, for everyone, if you lose a loved one, one thing that can give you comfort is if the death was painless. You know, but a slow, I mean, that word, it's quite chilling, you know. So for me, I'm very saddened that we are still talking about this. Just in February or so, the no bed syndrome thing happened again. Again, someone was turned away, etc., etc. And, you know, it's always a series of unfortunate events, one after the other. One big hospital, we see all these big hospitals and we are comforted. And we know that at least if someone eventually gets to Kolebu, well, all the experts are there. These are people who know their onions. They've worked internationally. I mean, you know, they are proper, you know, physicians and specialists. So if that referral system, that ultimate expert referral system is failing us, then we are all in trouble. I mean, how can we have an ambulance where the tube of the BP machine cuff can't even reach the patient? So the patient cannot be monitored in the ambulance. An ambulance is a lifesaver, it's like a mini ICU. And so who is procuring these ambulances which are not doing us any good? I mean, are they just transportation systems? You might as well put the person in a taxi. You know, what are we really doing? So for me, what's happened is not just a hospital negligence, another hospital negligence story. It's a national emergency care failure. That is what we are looking at. Charles Amissah arrived alive, 3 major facilities, and we all know that he died from a catastrophic blood loss due to the injury to his arm. For me, the painful issue is that he actually survived the accident. He survived the accident, but he died inside the rescue chain, what was supposed to be a rescue chain. Totally collapsed, you know. And so for me, the conversation has shifted from an accident or tragedy to, number 1, state failure, number 2, hospital governance failure, number 3, ambulance system failure, and number 4, professional accountability. That's what we should be talking about in essence. First, trauma care is about speed. Who was responsible for stopping the bleeding and why was it not done? Secondly, we know that there was a lack of basic support skills, you know. And let's look at the ambulance system here. I just talked about it. Poor documentation, weak handover, weak escalation and alleged gaps in trauma skills, These are not small administrative problems. In emergency care, they can become fatal. And sadly, in the case of Charles Amissah, they were fatal. And many others before him. Number 3, Kolebu's role is especially sensitive. And that's one we have to look at. Because if Ghana's premier referral hospital cannot immediately stabilize a bleeding trauma patient, then this is bigger than one hospital. It raises questions about emergency protocols, leadership, triage, discipline, and accountability. And finally, we have to be fair to healthcare professionals as well. But fairness cannot mean silence, and it cannot mean unaccountability. Yes, individual clinicians, the ones who have been referred, they all deserve due process. But the institutions owe us, the public, answers. So in terms of reforms, I believe that any reforms that are put in place, and the suggestions of the committee are there for all of us to see, and they are very good suggestions, if only we will implement them and not just make the usual noise, 7-day noise, and then forget about it until, sadly, the next thing happens again. But whatever it is that's put in place, we have to put in place, it has to include real consequences when these kinds of avoidable deaths occur. So in conclusion, for me, Charles Amissah's death cannot be just another report, just another ow from all of us, just another apology, just another weak outrage from all of us. The test for me is whether the next Ghanaian in an ambulance meets a system that's ready and equipped to save lives, not a system that's still looking for who should take responsibility.
Right, so those will be your preliminary commentary. We will hear from the doctors and then we'll return to you again. Abna, what do you think? And I'm looking at it from this prism that, once again, like Professor Bokwing asked last week, what exactly are we good at? You know, what are we good at? Everywhere, Bank of Ghana posting losses, says don't call it loss. Everybody else doing something wrong. We can't keep the lights on. So what's it? You know, when 2018, the 70-year-old man died, you can imagine how we were angry at the dignity that he lost, that no value to the Ghanaian life. And we are here, 2026.
Let me start from what you mentioned about we shouldn't think it's not closer to us. Just about 2 weeks ago, my dad was referred to one of the teaching hospitals. And if I tell you the experience, that I wasn't around, my brother and aunties kept calling. So they know I know people everywhere. It's like, don't you know anyone here? Because for hours, he was seated in a chair and they had not attended to him. He needed to have a CT scan. My brother was ready to drive him. They said no, they needed an ambulance to take him. And doctors couldn't attend to him because they needed those lab and other things. And you can imagine, I was helpless. I couldn't do anything. And being away, it's like, okay, what can you do? But I'm like, I don't need to know anybody at the hospital for the facility to take care of my father. You know, so it's an issue that for our health sector, something we have a long way to go. We need significant improvement, resources, investment in our health sector, and not just at every basic hospital, district hospital, TIPS compound, regional hospital. We haven't been very deliberate about improving our health care. For years, we are mentioning, I'm sure if we go into the archives, and every day, it's not, just like Vic said, it's not just Charles. Every day, they still continue to kill people. Every hour. If you look at the statistics, almost every minute, every hour, every week, every day, it's happening everywhere. And why do we have to do it like that? Like, we are waiting for the next victim, and this has come up because it has been a big issue. Otherwise, if we go back after his death, from February to now, I'm sure there are a number of deaths that we could, based on medical negligence and also some of the protocol that, I was talking to a friend medical doctor, what is the protocol? When an emergency comes, what do you do? And it looks like there's no standard. I think it's depend on the hospital. So she says, my hospital, we do not turn away a patient. But I'm not sure for other hospitals that are busy. The nurses have to color code. And so based on the code, I'm like, so was this case color coded? Like, at what point do a nurse or a doctor say, no, we can't accept you? If it's orange, if it's red, whatever colors that they use, at what point can a nurse or a medical doctor decide? Can we at least have... From the report, it's like basic. It's not even going to the necessary medical care, just the basic. He couldn't get access to just the basic. And it could happen to any of us at any point.
He spent 11 minutes at the police hospital without attention. He spent 17 minutes at the Greater Accra Regional Hospital without attention, and at Kolebu between 11:20 and 12:08. Then he dies.
No, this is and I was impressed about the number of the minutes the ambulance got the patient to the first. When I look at it, I'm like, okay, that was fast. For some reason, they were able to get him to the nearest police hospital. And so at what point did we feel this young man, a brilliant young man that could also contribute to this process? And so I think we all agree that it was avoidable. And that is the sad part of it, that he couldn't get. And you see, it means that you could have all the resources, even as a family, you could have all the opportunity to take care of your relative, your sibling, or whoever, but the system just will not give you that opportunity to even...
It's an ambulance we are getting to know became merely like a trotro. You jump in, because the people in the ambulance can't, help you. And the ambulance is groping in the dark. It doesn't know where there is an empty bed to take you to, just going to anywhere. And we are referring to the man I'm talking about. He went to 7 different hospitals.
I think this has exposed, I'm not sure this is the first time a situation like this is exposing the gaps, the lapses we have in our healthcare, but I think that we need to really take a bold decision going forward. And I also like to commend the committee, the ministry, at which they had gone, the pace at which they went with this. And we need to establish some trust in the system, in the healthcare system. And so for me, the committee's report and the actions being taken is important, that something is being done, that for once, we are not having the committee's work, and we are not sure when the report is coming out. Sometimes at a point we'll come and ask, where is the committee's report?
Right.
But this time, the report is in, and there are some actionable things there. The minister has also promised that they are going to go ahead with some reforms. I'm hoping that we'll be able to track this. And it shouldn't just be saying it for saying its sake. I think the medical associations have raised concerns. It shouldn't just be about emotions, but some pragmatic action for us to see some reforms happening. Because this, in our healthcare, something we need to make some significant improvement. Looking at how much money we are spending in other sectors, knowing that if you look at the population, the data, the population, the number of people, the kind of diseases we have, the disease profile of the country, and we are not making any effort to ensure that at any point in time, if something happens in this country, are we prepared as our emergency, our medical center prepared to take care of us? So it's a sad situation, but I think I am hopeful, because the committee chair have. This report seems to be a bit more straight to the point.
Their job is done.
Their job is done. But I think you and I have a responsibility that we want to follow through. We want to track this. We want to hold every individual accountable in this process. And also the hospitals administrators, hospital managers as well. I'm trying to understand how, if you went to, say, senior high school, the first point of person is maybe the head or administrator, somebody that makes that decision. In the various hospitals, I think we need to have a clear protocol that establishes that when you get in, when it's an emergency, and when their colors are coded and they know who makes that decision, who takes that decision. Is it the emergency nurses at the emergency care, the doctors, the administrators, who does what? So that we are all ensuring that there's some level of accountability. So we don't leave to in the discretion of the nurses, the discretion of the doctors, the discretion of administrators to decide either to allow a patient or not. And I think that more and more, the state continues to fail its citizens. We continue to kill our citizens, that something could have been done. And it's unfortunate that it kept happening. And I'm hopeful that maybe from this, we should have some changes and invest more in our health sector.
Nuruddin, what's running through your mind as you look at the whole situation?
Yes, Samson, let me say a warm good morning to viewers out there and co-panelists. There is no gainsaying the fact that the circumstances surrounding Charles Amissah's death is quite unfortunate, and it becomes even more depressing when there are members of his immediate family who themselves are doctors and have dedicated all their lives saving the lives of others. For the system to fail such people when it matters most can be quite depressing. And I was overcome by so much grief when her sister was speaking. But it appears, unfortunately or sadly, they themselves are beginning to move on. They are looking at how to immortalize the memory of their brother by setting up a foundation to seek to more or less advocate for reforms in emergency healthcare delivery.
Even a doctor, a physician whose skills are in so much need in this country recently died.
Yeah.
Died in a situation that was avoidable.
But Samson, I think this incident, as unfortunate as it is, brings into sharp focus the systemic inadequacies in our health system that we need to look up to. And in times like this,
we are being told that we shouldn't blame any systems. We should blame the individuals.
But the individuals are part of the system. So you can't talk about the system without talking about individuals. You see, in moments like this, sometimes the easiest thing to do is to point accusing fingers, is to push the blame game. But I think when it comes to issues of emergency health care, we need to have a second look at the whole system in place. I have taken a look at the report, the findings, and the recommendations. I would rather we are more solution-centered at this particular moment.
But that's part of the solution.
Yeah, rather than emphasis. But you see,
part of the solution is that you punish wrongdoing. If you don't, definitely there will always be impunity.
I'm coming there. So something, our challenges in the health sector are known. Some are structural, others are functional, and others are attitudinal. We can't more or less focus on one aspect when it suits us and neglect the aspect where we are supposed to take blame for. Yes, Samson, if you look at the structural challenges, according to the World Health Organization standards, we need to have between 2 to 5 beds per every 10,000 hospital population. But in Ghana, we have 0.9 every 10,000 hospital population, which is woefully inadequate. So I think there is the need for us to work around the clock to improve on the hospital bed, the bed per hospital population in the country. But oftentimes, to Samson, the issue is not a simple matter of a no-bed syndrome. It's like the no-bed syndrome has become a euphemism of a sort for dereliction of duty and professional neglect. So when you bring a patient and doctors are not available, they will tell you there is no bed. When you bring a patient and there are no oxygen, there is no immediate ICU beds, there are no blood, when the person needs blood transfusion, they will tell you there is no bed. And sometimes too, it's just a clear case of dereliction of duty and professional neglect. Something, as I say, somebody may have gone through his shift. He's about an hour or two away. You bring a patient who requires emergency care. He wouldn't want to go through that tedious process of registration and all of that, which probably may eat into the time he has left on his shift. And other times too, doctors are simply just afraid Because if you go and handle an emergency situation and things go south, issues of medical neglect may be raised. So I think the issues are quite complicated. The issues are quite multifaceted, and we need to look at it holistically. I think the Professor Agyemang Badu-Akosa Committee has done a good job that I think as a country we need to focus on. And proud to even that, the Ministry of Health, led by the Honorable Mr. Minta Akando, has started a process to more or less digitize the bed. I think they had a program in place known as the National Integrated Bed Management and Referral Coordination System, which is supposed to be an IT-backed system that would coordinate with the ambulance service to determine which hospital has what beds available. Because, Samson, we are told that even when it comes to the categorization of beds, there are stroke beds, there are ICU beds, and there are normal beds for childbirth and all of that. We need to have a system that would more or less digitize these systems so that patients will not be left to the mercy of having to hop from one hospital to the other, looking for a facility which can take a proper care of a patient in need of service. Then I think the ambulance services, the kind of ambulance service we run in this country, Samson, is quite obsolete and archaic. I understand the system we run is called scoop and run, where you just pick the patient and you run to the next available medical facility. There should be an opportunity to, or the ambulance crew should be able to sustain the patients while in transit by offering basic life support, as Professor Agyemang Badu-Akosa was saying. They should be able to render advanced cardiac life support services, and the ambulance crew should be equipped with the needed skills to be able to more or less keep the patients alive until help finally arrives. So, in conclusion, Samson, I would say that the death of Charles Amissah, as tragic as it is, should mark a turning point in emergency healthcare delivery in this country. I believe the greatest tribute we can pay to his memory and more or less soothe the pain of his family is to put in place the necessary mechanisms to ensure that some of these avoidable deaths do not happen in the future.
Right. So, Justice, I've heard there's a refrain, you know, the hope that this will be a turning point. But I'll be frank with you, just like the Galamsey fights, I'm numb when I hear these things because nothing really changes. Yeah, we say all the good things, the good sound bites, and then end of story. The next day we move on with our lives and the situation keeps deteriorating. I know you are also interested in the hit and run driver, which is important. So in all this conversation, we are not looking for the person who committed this crime in the first place. Yes.
Okay, so Samson, my condolences once again to Charles's family, especially my colleague, you know, Dr. Amissah as well. I know this is not a good thing that should happen to any of us. But as we've all said here, we are all equally at risk. Look, in my short life, I have seen more than enough of these cases. Having been part of the medical system, being part of the medical association, the executive levels, the meetings, all the things we've gone through, I can even say that just a casual look from when the Right Honorable Speaker was health minister, because I discussed some of these things relating to Nobel syndrome with him in his office for a long period. Up to date, every single health minister, every single government has had issues relating to this no-bed syndrome thing. Until date, we haven't resolved them. So your question is quite instructive. Are we really sure? And I'm not surprised you are not optimistic. That is the reality. We've gone through this countless times. We've lost a lot of people in the process. The speeches will be made, some will be scapegoats, but most likely we may end up on the same good old road or bad.
I remember when the issue of the 111 hospitals came up. You sat here and we asked the question. So the hospitals that are there in the first place don't seem to have what they need, and we're going to build 111. Now there's a new government that has come in. It does appear it is abandoning that whole project and building its own, and will build them all over the place, and they will not be equipped for anything.
So you see, the systemic challenges that we all talk about, that others want to just sweep under the carpet. Look, that is the biggest problem we have. If we don't take a very critical look, and we also don't take a very proactive decision that from today we are going to fix this problem once and for all, we'll end up the same way. Over the years, the Medical Association has sent a lot of papers. We've done public lectures, annual general meetings have been on this. So look, emergency care in Ghana is that bad. Yes, some efforts have been made, I have to admit. Even on the personnel level, now we are training a lot more emergency physicians and what have you. But the challenges are there. We need to address them. Now let's go to the key issues. The first thing was, who killed Charles Amissah? That was the question of the day.
Yeah, that's a question.
And as you said, I discussed with you earlier that I am quite surprised that if you look at the chain of causation, the very person who started this whole activity leading to his unfortunate death, the whole country, including the media, nobody even wants to talk about it. And I find that very, very distressing, because for me, by now, the MTTU, the Ghana Police Service, the Road Safety Commission, and all the related, state agencies should be telling us who started this chain of causation and what has actually happened to that person. If, as of today, we do not know, I want Joy Multimedia to go on a crusade. Let's also get these bodies to also start working and tell us who caused this. Else, a committee should also be put in place to also investigate those same bodies so that we can have a proper reset of the system. You see, if we keep maiming people on the roads and we don't do anything about what is happening at that end, that preventive bit, no matter what we do at the hospital bed, and we will always be swarmed, and in the process, some of the patients may be lost, unfortunately, as it has happened. So for me, I'm throwing a big challenge to the state. The state should ask questions from the IGP to all the related people. They should start telling us when they are going to arrest this rider or driver. In this report, it says a motorbike.
Yeah.
Earlier, we had a hit and run driver, what have you. Whoever was doing that, we need answers. There are cameras all over Accra, right around Kwame Nkrumah Circle where the issue happened. There are cameras there. And I think that we should give them very limited time to come up with answers, and let's see whoever caused this problem being also taken through the right processes. Now, those who were to come into the rescue mission are facing consequences. This is akin to somebody taking a gun, shooting somebody, because at that time, the vehicle or the motorbike was a weapon. You shoot somebody, the person gets to the hospital, something in quotes goes wrong, the person dies, and it's the hospital and their personnel who are responsible. The one who picked the gun to shoot is working without any, issues around him. I think we should address it. Now
not to excuse that person, but it does look like if he was human. People like that, I don't think they're human. You knock someone down and you run. What are you thinking? What's going on in your mind?
That is the more reason why the state should actually fish him out or her out.
They should look for whoever it is, and that person must be punished. But it does appear if he had, stopped and picked Charles, who was going to save Charles anyway?
Well, the circumstances could have changed. Because you know what?
Charles would have gotten to the hospital.
Yes.
He needs blood.
Yes.
He needs something. They will be asking, where is his relative? They should go here and buy some. We don't have some. When you go to the hospital with a patient, you literally have to run so many errands.
It is very true.
You know?
It is very true. You see, I'm saying the situation still could have been different because, one, if that person had picked Charles to a hospital, maybe it could have been some hospital outside these three. You know, Prof. Akosa's committee's report is a very good one. But there's one area that I think, I don't know whether it was just because of the synopsis that we were given. A lot of the blame, to be honest with you, should go to the ambulance service and their crew. And Prof actually did say it, that look, what should have happened and what could have saved him from the very word go was proper securing of the what we call hemostasis. You needed to secure hemostasis. So basically stop the bleeding, the packing, the bandaging, you know, all those compression things that we do to stop it. And these are things that the ambulance service and their staff should be able to do at the very spot. Prof mentions that didn't happen. It talks about the fact that proper documentation in the ambulance didn't happen. Proper protocols were not followed. Chain of command was missing. And fluids, which could be life-saving, which can actually be administered, was also not administered. So you talk about all these things, and then in the conclusion, there's no mention of any recommendation regarding the staff who were on duty, who failed to do all these things. The service itself that also provided cuffs and other things that did not even help them to do these things. So within the 118 minutes, what exactly did the ambulance service staff do?
I know you, the GMA and the Registered Nurses Association are not excited about the naming, but you say there's something good about the report.
Yes.
Tell us about that one.
No, the recommendations. Okay, so let me start this way. If you read the report carefully, it tells you about the systemic failures that exist in the service. It tells you about the various stages within the chain and how porous or how bad they may look or they look. So the ambulance service we just talked about, all the shortfalls. This is very clear. Within the chain, all the failures that happened, they've all been mentioned. So as the states, as of this point, a committee appointed by the minister himself, a document that has now been accepted by the minister, and things are being worked on, clearly tells all of us that the state has failed us. And we need to go into a very quick reform agenda that will put all of us on track.
I'll return to you on the statement by the two professional bodies. But Dr. Sampany, thank you for making time to join us. Hello, Doc. Prof. And Dr. Nsiah-Asare. Please unmute your mic.
Yeah, thank you, Samson. I've omitted myself. Thank you so much.
What's your assessment? What's your analysis of the report as a pathologist yourself?
Well, thank you so much, Samson. And let me just use this opportunity to greet my venerable former CEO of Confanoche, Dr. Nsiah-Asare. In fact, he was one of the most, as it were, very important person in my life as far as my training is concerned. Dr. Nsiah-Asare during his time made a very, very important decisions in making sure that Confanoche is well equipped with specialists, ranging from pathology right up to medical, as it were, what do we call emergency doctors. He actually sent a lot of us to Germany, probably not by his own pocket, but through his own initiative, sent a lot of us to Germany to be trained. And all of us basically came back to help his administration whilst he was at Confanoche as a CEO. And so I'm most grateful to him. I must always doff off my hat for Dr. Nsiasari for the good work he did whilst he was at the CEO of Confanochi Teaching Hospital. He really did well, and I'm most grateful to him for what he's done personally in my life. And I also want to commend the committee that actually, was set up by the minister to look into the issue of death of this very, very important, this very person that we are discussing today. My condolences once again go to them, and then I will say that we hope that such things will not happen again in our lives or the lives of each and every individual. Something you rightly said that what is my opinion as far as this particular issue is concerned. Something I'm not going to issue or maybe offer just an opinion. I'm going to offer an expert opinion. I think there are two different things. One, having an expert opinion and an opinion, they are two different things, and we have to underline that, and we take note of that. So, on my expert opinion, I believe the committee headed by Professor
Adjumabedu
Akosa, the venerable Professor Adjumabedu Akosa, did very well. They did very good job. In fact, if somebody should ask me, members of the committee, were they right? Were they apt? I say yes, they were very apt, because if you look at the committee, the sort of people that were selected to look into the issue, we had WHO rep there, we have emergency specialist was there, Professor Akosa himself. Please let us not look at Professor Akosa just like that. Professor, every pathologist is an auditor of doctors. Every pathologist is an auditor. Please let us take note of that. So Professor Akosa was an auditor, or he is an auditor of every death, every medical practice, everything that is practiced as far as medicine is concerned. Professor Akosa is an audit in that sense. So he is an auditor, and we must actually take note of that. So he was actually the one, I believe that he was the one to take charge for action. So back to the issue here. What did the pathologist report say? He said that the person died of excessive blood loss, which is hemorrhagic shock, or a better say hypovolemic shock, meaning that losing a lot of blood, which is life-threatening. Basically, when one loses blood to that extent, especially when the blood is not being compressed, the blood is not, attempts are not being made to stop it, the person continues to lose the blood, is going to cause what we call systemic organ failure, especially the kidney, the liver, which eventually go to the heart, where the doctor even made mention of what he said, mild cardiomegaly or mild hypertrophy of the heart, or whatever he said. What it means that the heart was decompensating to make sure that whatever blood is left in the system will be squeezed and be given to the vital organs such as the kidney, the liver, the brain, and so on and so forth. So that is how it is. In fact, they also made mention of the fact that they didn't actually pronounce guilt as far as the doctors were concerned. In fact, those names mentioned. As for the question of whether the names mentioned were right or not, is a matter of opinion. For me, I support the fact that the names were mentioned, because if you talk of the the WHO Geneva Declaration, where every doctor swears an oath, or maybe we pledge an oath, we don't say we say I, Dr. So and so, I promise, I will respect, I will do this. We don't say we will respect, we will do this. So for that matter, Professor Akosa made mention of their names, not condemning them, but rather telling them that, look, this is what you did, and it wasn't the best of things that you did. So as far as we are concerned, there was a neglect, not negligence, because negligence should be pronounced only by the court of, what do you call it, of, in fact, law. That's where the question of negligence or malpractice is going to be pronounced. So now they have the opportunity to go and defend themselves. In any case, those who are saying that the mention of the names was not the right thing, there is something we call duty roster. Whether the names were mentioned by the committee or not, there was going to be a way of people finding the doctors who were there or the people who were there at the time. Let us look at this way, Sammy. Were these patient, or was this patient triaged at all? Was he removed from the ambulance to be seen before they made a pronouncement?
That's the problem, Prof.
Yes, the man was lying in the ambulance. I don't know. I don't have the fact whether
that's the problem leading to the recommendation of compulsory triaging.
If you look at WHO, in fact, let me just draw your attention to something. And I made mention of the representation of the WHO, the man who was there. It was very, very good that Professor Kusa actually, opted or co-opted him into the listen. If you look at the WHO resolution that was passed in 2019, they said that, in fact, they spoke highly of emergency. And I believe that was around the COVID time, and COVID time was an emergency. And for that matter, they said that every patient must be seen and triaged. In fact, it was reiterated in 2021, where they passed a resolution, a 10-year resolution that must be adhered to by all member states, which includes Ghana. And so, therefore, I believe that triage, emergency obligations, responsibilities, duty of care have been spelled out in 2021 resolution at WHO, that's the WHO World Health Assembly, where they passed a resolution, we called it 72.6. So I believe that the doctors, if the patient was moved from three good different hospitals, and none of them could even say that, let us bring this patient to the ward or probably to the facility for us to have a look at him. In fact, so that we'll decide whether there's no bed and that we can improvise. If you go to Confanoche, there are a lot of improvisations there in Confanoche. Confanoche, on the corridors, which was supposed to be a place where everybody can breathe good air, you see people actually there being managed by doctors, not on the ward.
You are talking about the same places where people are made to sit in chairs to be treated. People are lying on mats or something on the floor. So why are we refusing to recognize that some of them may have been overwhelmed at the time and they couldn't take extra patients?
Well, let me just say something. Look, I'm saying that in cases of emergency, please let us take note of, in cases of emergency, such as what happened during the COVID time. COVID time was an emergency. There was no point going to tell somebody that we need to have a special place for them. That's why Confanoche at a point, or the ministry at a point, even improvised by erecting tents all over the place, cordoning a lot of areas for people to be seen. So an emergency case, WHO does not joke with emergency cases. And they have actually passed a resolution. I'm telling everybody listening to me, that we can go back to 2021, the resolution that was passed by the WHO in cases of emergency. And so in cases of emergency, there's nothing like no bed syndrome or whatever it is. If it is a syndrome, if you look at what Nuruddin hit the nail right on the head by saying that if a doctor refuses to even see a patient who is lying in an ambulance, is seen as no bed. If a doctor, out of the doctors neglect somebody that said no bed. For me, I don't accept the fact that no bed syndrome, I don't accept it. But you see, Ghana, what we are good at is that anytime such things happen, people will always come out with various opinions, various definitions, various ideas, and so on and so forth. But a lot of people are dying in our hospitals where we don't have proper audit. We don't audit these people. Right. We don't audit their deaths, and that is why my worry.
Hold on for me.
I'm very much, yeah.
Hold on for me. Dr. Nsiah, thanks that you also made time to join us, and thanks for being patient. As somebody who oversaw, our COVID period, and you at the time had actually to make an intervention to say that this no bed thing, should not exist. Here we are talking about these issues after how many years of repeatedly, signaling that this should not happen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Samson, and good morning to all my colleagues who are in the station, and also to Dr. Professor Sampene. Thank you for your compliments. I still insist, there's nothing like no bed syndrome. It shouldn't exist in any part of our health system.
It's our reality, is it not?
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, because I've said something. I think when I had some discussion with you earlier, I told you that if you go to an emergency ward and there are patients there who have already been seen, stabilized, but they are clocked up there because of one reason or the other, even for maybe payment of there are small fee which is left. So it's a whole systems failure. And you put a question, the death of Charles Amissah, may his soul rest in perfect peace, and my deep condolences to the family and friends. Who killed him? I would say the system killed him. It's not the 7 young female health professionals who killed him. The system. If you go back something to 2018, when we lost the 70-year-old man, unfortunately, he went to 7 hospitals. This one went to how many? 3 hospitals. And it beats my mind that there are some of the hospitals which were involved in the 2018 no bed syndrome death of the 70-year-old man, who was also part of this, i.e., Greater Accra Regional Hospital, Rich, and Kolebu Teaching Hospital. Then there's a committee which has been set up, which is, to me, it's a fact-finding committee. It's not a court. Maybe you have to get it right. It's fact-finding committee. Later, I'll tell you about. I have some few issues with it. They've done a very good job. They've brought up some things, but I believe that they should have gone a bit further. Because the young health professionals who were supposed to see this patient, maybe they didn't see it because there was no bed. There are people who are their supervisors. I went through the list. Some of them are medical officers. Only one of them is a senior medical officer. So there's an immediate supervisor. Professor Sampene says something, that if you go to any hospital, there's a duty roster. The duty roster, especially in the big hospitals, in our premier hospital where I trained in Kolebu, I've trained there before, I've worked there before, so I know what it is. That there's a consultant or senior specialist or specialist who is supposed to be on duty that day before the residents and then maybe the junior doctors who are there. The same thing with the nursing hierarchy. My issue is that I didn't see their names also mentioned anywhere. If I were part of the committee, they are the people that I would take on. I've also realized about the committee's composition. There is one of the committee members who is the head of Department of Kolebu Accident Emergency Department. He should have been questioned, but not he questioning people. He should have been questioned. Was there any duty roster? You are the head of department. Where were you when this thing happened? Because before a junior staff or junior health professional can take such a decision, there is maybe some system which is in place which have encouraged that person to do that. And I also insist that they've done a very good job, but I still say that it is not the end. It is just a fact finding. And my brother, Professor Akosa, if I were him and I was called to chair this committee, I wouldn't have done it. You know why? Because if you say that you are taking somebody to the regulatory body, which I know he is also the chairman of MDC. So is he going to sit on the case again as the chairman?
He will recuse himself. Does it change anything?
Yeah, if I were him, I would have recused myself in this committee. If I were him, I would have recused myself because it will come definitely to me if there's any...
That's the point I'm making, Doc, that when it gets to him, he will recuse himself then.
Yeah, but he can't recuse himself. But if I were him, I wouldn't have sat on it so that it comes to me because that is where the final...
Somebody must do the job. So you are likely to have almost everybody getting conflicted. So he will do this and then choose not to sit when the matter comes. That's fair.
Okay, you can do that. But to me, for the head of department of the Kolebu emergency sitting on the committee, it's conflict of interest. That one I feel is... And secondly, What happened? I think the Dr. Jansen also talked about it. What about the ambulance? What about the police and all this? Have anybody been cited in the sanctions? So let's look at it holistically. I believe that we've gone through this over and over again. And Professor Tampede said something. I don't believe that we have had any no-bed syndrome from Pathology. It's the only referral center in the Middle Belt. Anybody who comes is seen because there was a system which was put in place. And I'm happy to say that they are the first also institution to train emergency physicians and emergency nurses, which are all over the country. So going forward, I think let us not be very emotional and mention the names of those 7 young female colleagues and nurses. I think it should also not have been the best. But I've mentioned that there were 7 people who were among them because of cyber bullies and all sorts of threats and all these things. Because if you are not very careful and you end up in scapegoating, then it kills everything. We have to solve the problem. And I believe that the problem can be sorted out, even though we don't have enough beds. But we should have systems in place. And I remember when the Kolebu New Accident Emergency Center was open, the then medical director said that this is going to stop the no-bed syndrome. What has happened after 8 years? That is where my problem is. So I believe that we should look at the whole thing holistically and make sure, don't let us put blames on anybody. I feel for the young colleagues who are going through this, especially with their names out there of cyberbullying and all sorts of things. I hope, and I heard the medical network.
I'm struggling to understand this, that it's human beings who are in charge of all of these processes. So human beings must take blame. So if you say that it was not holistic enough as to the supervisors who have been left off, so to speak, but to say that they shouldn't blame these people, who else? When we say systems, who run the system? It's humans.
There's a CEO of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. There's a board of Kolebu Teaching Hospital. There's a medical administrator, a medical director of Range Hospital. There is a CEO, I'm sure, Director General of the Police Hospital. They are also human beings. Why are they not mentioned? To me, they are the most important people that we have to
that's looking at ultimate responsibility. But there are people down the line who are interfacing with the patient. We should excuse them and run straight to the heads.
In our health systems, in our health profession, we have levels of responsibilities. I don't believe a health officer can take a decision that I won't see you without anybody maybe giving a proud approval for that. So if you are not very careful and you look at only those who are the lowest end of the interface, something you make a mistake. And I'm speaking from where I've worked and what I've done over the years. I've been a medical superintendent from the district, regional, teaching hospital, and then to Ghana Health Service. We have to be very careful in dealing with these things. If you are not very careful, people will start practicing defensive medicine.
That's why the chairman of the committee in Parliament said, if you want to practice defensive medicine, or if you don't want to be proactive enough, just get out, and Ghana will survive.
I hope you didn't mention that one. I don't think it is. I don't know why he spoke like that, but I don't believe that that's the way that we have to think this.
Why is it that almost all the professional bodies are getting too defensive? The Emergency Medicine Society of Ghana, the Ghana Registered Nurses Association, the Ghana Medical, Association, all appear to say, we commend you for the work you have done, but your work was not comprehensive enough. For example, the Emergency Medicines Association says that it is concerned that the current public discourse and aspects of the committee's recommendation risk disproportionately focusing accountability on individual healthcare workers while insufficiently addressing the profound systemic failures that created the conditions under which this tragedy occurred. The no-bed syndrome is not the failure of a single doctor, nurse, ambulance crew, or facility. It is the manifestation of years of underinvestment in emergency systems, fragmented referral pathways, inadequate emergency bed coordination, workforce shortage, overcrowding, inconsistent triage systems, limited pre-hospital capabilities, and the absence of a robust national emergency care infrastructure. I have read Dr. Arthur Kennedy and others all saying this is scapegoating and it's not the best. Why?
Yeah, it's because, you see, as I said, the way we work in our health profession and health systems is a cascade of levels and the levels of responsibility. So if you take the poor person who saw the patient first, or who is supposed to see the patient first, and then you pick that person out and say that you are supposed to be the cause of the death of this thing. That's why I said that the cause of the unfortunate death of Charles Amissah is because of system which failed. And I will not put it individually. An individual failure is, for example, the young doctor or the young nurse, maybe managing the patient, didn't follow one procedure or the other, and it is the cause of the death of this thing. Yes, I will agree to that maybe he has to be questioned. But they are going to the regulatory bodies, and it's the regulatory bodies who will tell us that, yes, you did this thing 1, 2, 3, and this is why it's negligent, as Professor Sampene said, and then you'll be punished. But we have to be very careful and get to the root of these things. We shouldn't let it happen again. And my question is that if it is happening in particular hospitals, which it happened and we did a comprehensive work, the minister then issued a statement that under no circumstance should anybody be turned away from any hospital. Why should it happen after 8 years? Why should it happen even after Charles Amissah died? It happened also, I think, at Paswa or something of the sort. So
Doc, who else should suffer rather than the frontline healthcare provider when these instructions are outstanding or they are standing, that you don't turn away the patient?
What I would do, if I'm the one supposed to be in charge, I will go not to the frontline provider. The first group of people that I will tackle are the managers of the frontline provider. What is in place? And then they will tell us that we have sat down, we have investigated, the ABC didn't follow the laid down procedure. Have you heard anything like that? No. So I'm here to hear that Kolebu said that we have a system in place. We have 1, 2, 3 procedure that anybody should follow. But these 2 young doctors and 2 young nurses didn't follow that procedure. Then I'll be satisfied. Or other than that, I believe that we should look deep into what is happening in these various health institutions.
Let me ask.
The ministry can make a broad policy, but when the policy is made, it's supposed to be taken by the various institutions and make it workable. We have to do a lot of adaptation. That's why Dr. Sapede said, if you go to Promotional now, even in corridors, they are nursing patients there, which is not the best. They will move forward to find out what we can do to better this system. Because you see, no bed syndrome, an emergency care, when it's blocked, they call something boarding and also exit block. It's like traffic light. The light is green, but because there's a blockage in front of you, you cannot move. And it is a whole complex system, including bed management in the hospital. The question I will ask is that, has these hospitals, Kolebu, Rage, and all the big hospitals, do they have a bed manager?
All right. Professor Sampene, I don't know, this is a difficult situation because, like it said, turkeys don't vote for Christmas, right? So the Emergency Medicine Society says they firmly reject any recommendation that disproportionately singles out frontline healthcare professionals as the primary cause of this tragedy, while failing to adequately confront the deep-rooted systemic failures that continue to cripple emergency healthcare delivery in Ghana. You read the registered nurses, you read the Ghana Medical Association, and I'm back to that question. Turkeys don't vote for Christmas. You are just protecting your own. Why?
Well, Samson, it's sad. In fact, I should have started by saying that in issues like this, the discourse or the discussion should be devoid of affiliations, organizations, societies, associations, political affiliations, and all those things. It should be devoid of that. And we look at it holistically as to what is the problem. In fact, I personally don't support the fact that we broaden the scope of the blame, that, it's systemic. And the systemic, for me, I see systemic comprised of the human beings, those who are working and those who are supposed to take actions at that particular moment. So if we blame it on systemic, then it will come to the point that where we'll blame it on the person who even constructed the hospitals at the place where they are constructed. Because somebody will say that they are very far from where the accident occurs and where they send them traffic and so on and so forth. So personally, I don't believe in that. I believe in being responsible as individuals, and we have to be very careful about that. If we don't do that and we keep shifting the blame, keep shifting the post, we will not get anywhere as far as I'm concerned. Okay. So if you look at the associations, I'm also a member of course, Emergency Physicians Association. They are part of the Ghana Medical, Ghana Medical Association. And our mother or the regulatory body is Ghana Medical and Dental Council. Personally, I also don't support the fact that Professor Kosan should have recused himself, or the man who was actually the Kolibu emergency physician leader or head should have recused himself. No, if you do that, we are not going to have solutions to some of these problems. Of course, it should have been a question, and then like we said that this thing is not the end of it. It's not a pronouncement that seeks to say that, okay, that we have ended it, and therefore whatever we said at the appropriate time, if the case probably ends up in court, the court in their opinion or in their way of doing things probably will call all these people and ask them, why didn't you put this and one or two things in this? But then let me just also state that here, the mentioning of the names or singling out of people, I don't see it as scapegoating at all. Nobody can convince me as a scapegoating. It's not. The reason is that these particular doctors did not even, unless of course somebody tells me that they went into the ambulance and realized that if they bring these people out, or if they bring this person out, they will not even be able to handle the case even at the triage. This person was not triaged at all. And the WHO frowns upon that.
All right, thank you.
It was not triaged at all. It was not seen.
Thank you, Professor Sampson.
But then hold on. I will make some recommendation, which of course, probably because of time and this.
Yeah, so let's go straight ahead to the recommendations you want to make, if they are any different from what we already have been giving.
Yes. Well, my recommendation here is the fact that, one, first and foremost, we are losing a lot of people who hitherto shouldn't have died in our hospitals, mothers, children, and so on and so forth. So I would think that, and I would suggest that we do what we call auditing of in fact, most of the cases that happen, in fact, deaths that happen in the hospitals, especially where I'm standing, or from where I'm sitting here. It is that sometimes, most often than not, a lot of these people die from negligence or neglect, and so on and so forth. So there should be, I was expecting that there should, in fact, in as much as we want to institute a situation where we actually teach people CPDs, there should be audit of most of the cases, the hospitals. In fact, Pathology, for instance, there are a lot of cases that has happened and nobody has actually investigated it. On the wards, people die and the doctors write cause of death, the query cause of death. Cause of death, instead of stating that this is exactly what killed the patient, most doctors will write query cause of death. Query means that you don't even know exactly what happened to the patient. The patient died on your provisional diagnosis, and therefore let us look into it and see whether we can use your whatever it is that your challenges to improve on quality of care. And I think that should be. And then this ambulance services, or that ambulance, I believe that I have seen an ambulance service drove fast past me on Techiman Road, only to see him loading cassava, and I have to report. Oh yes, yes, loading cassava.
It's not funny, but you got me laughing.
Yes, I have to call the head of the ambulance to inform him of what this man was doing. I don't know the action that was taken. I was not even informed again. I stopped and confronted the driver. You just drove past me at that top speed, only to stop by the roadside loading, sacks of cassava, wherever he was taking the cassava to, only God knows. And so it means that the ambulance was virtually empty. It was not well equipped to leave a very small space for cassava to be loaded. When
we wanted to buy ambulances, if you guys remember the recent case that Atufo Singh and Japa were involved and Dame was prosecuting them, we went to buy something else, not ambulances. And they came to the country, they were not functional, second-hand sprinter buses. We brought them to the country, they were not fit for purpose. You know, even... yes, the ministry itself rejected it. We ended up saying we want to prosecute the people for it. We did the prosecution. Everything has come to naught. Nobody has paid a dime for anything. The things we brought, have we returned them to the people to get our monies back?
Samson, that's where the problem is. You see, I'm saying that some of these things, when it comes, we should discuss this thing devoid of sentiments, whether political, association, organization, family ties, and all those things. That's what I would say.
Let me come here. I'm getting messages from a number of medical doctors, physicians, who are telling me that they agree with Professor Bedu Akose's report. Someone says he agrees with it 101%. And someone says, let's stop the situation where the doctors are seeking to defend their own, but we should not also take away the issue of the systems. Another doctor says, this was not systemic. I disagree with those who suggest so, including Dr. Nsia Sari. Dr. Eugene Frimpong is reaching us from the United States of America. He says Ghana's healthcare system lacks basic accountability, no specialized courts, no mandatory malpractice insurance, and no meaningful patient advocacy. Those of us who do these cases in the high courts where it's not specialized for it, we agree with you. No meaningful patient advocacy. It says a 2022 Ghana Medical Journal study found very low recorded malpractice cases in legal history, despite decades of documented harm, including negligent surgeries, nursing errors, and wrongful deaths. The solutions exist. Other countries have implemented the necessary reforms, and the path forward is clear. What's missing is political will, not to punish healthcare workers, but to ensure that victims of negligence are not left without justice. Okay, let's ensure that they are not left without justice. Kwame Sapong-Esiedu says that, what must happen, it says transparency without fairness becomes persecution. Fairness without transparency becomes institutional protectionism. Neither of these will bring closure to the case. So we should pay attention to that. He's authored a number of articles also, speaking to the subject. Chris Sayensu says that I'm not a medical professional, but I agree with Dr. Nsia Sari. Okay, 100%. Thank you very much for those messages. Now, I'm coming back to the studio for about 2 minutes each of commentary after you have heard the two professors, so that we can take a break. Yes, let me begin with you, Vicky Bright.
Okay, well, what I keep asking myself is accountability dead in this country? Is it really dead in this country? Why is it that we're always reluctant to hold people accountable for their actions? It's a running theme in this country, and it's not helped us at all. Someone has died. He was 29 years old. So yes, if some doctors, I'm very happy that some medical professionals are saying no. I'm supporting Professor Biduakusa 101%, because someone has to be held responsible. And it is a fact from all that we have heard, we non-medical people have heard, that if this young man had been given help at the first hospital or even the second hospital that he was taken to, he would be alive today. So let's not lose sight of the fact that someone has died. A very young life has been lost. So for me, it's important that we hold those doctors responsible. They are responsible. I mean, when you're a doctor, you are looking after lives. That's the ultimate. You know, you're not looking after some widgets or whatever.
But you don't disagree that our doctors go through a lot of strain.
I agree with that. I have a lot of relatives who are doctors and a lot of friends who are doctors. So I do accept that the system has also failed them, not just us. The system is failing our doctors as well, because they're in the front line fighting, basically with one hand tied behind their backs. So it's stressful. But this is the condition, this is the situation we find ourselves in. And look, there are African countries that have these electronic bed management systems. I mean, Rwanda has one, South Africa has one as well. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but they have one. This kind of ad hoc, let's run here, let's run there. I mean, come on, it's 2026.
Professor Titus Bayu says that we are now getting here. So soon, we should see that the beds, are synchronized in a way. There's a monitoring center that will be able to tell the ambulance that take the patient to this particular place because there's this particular bed available.
So we want to know when it will happen. We want to know when it will happen, and we want to see it in action. And we want to know. We don't want to hear after that system has been put in place. Nobody in this country wants to hear that someone else was turned away because there was a glitch in the system, or some kind of doomsaw meant that they couldn't see at the time.
Or that they called the ambulance and the ambulance needed fuel money.
Fuel money. I mean, look at this story that Professor Sampini was saying about cassava. I mean, are we serious? We just employ people anyhow. We are using politics to employ people instead of competence. And if it is the case that as a politician you want to employ a relative or some foot soldier or whatever, train them. And if they are not trainable, then what business do you have employing them, especially in a life-saving situation like running an ambulance? It's not just an ordinary driver we're talking about. We're talking about paramedics who are the front line. That's the first opportunity you have for your life to be saved.
Right. Elsewhere, we are told that the ambulance could keep you for even an hour and you'll be good. The ambulance will get to a hospital. The hospital is not ready to receive you, but you'll be in the ambulance and you'll be safe.
Yeah. We have a long way to go, and I think that we cannot overemphasize the fact that we really need significant reform, significant resources, investment in our health sector. And for me, it's really reassuring listening to the professionals that agree with the committee's work and taking some responsibility, that somebody needs to take responsibility. I thought we were going to go the other side, but it looks like we all agree that somebody needs to take responsibility. And when we do that, it builds trust. We will continue going to the facility. We are not going. What do we do when somebody is sick, when somebody needs medical care? We need to use this facility. Imagine citizens do not trust medical professors, medical centers, and says, I'm not going there. What do we do? And so for me, listening to them gives me some assurance that indeed we can do something. But they also mentioned that the Medical Association have issued a number of papers, reports about how to do this. And consistently, we seem not to be doing much about this. And so I think that it's important that we keep track. I think we are going to follow the minister. It says that his message is that we are going to see to it that every detailed action from the report is going to be implemented. I think that we need to hear from him, maybe some updates from what is being done. And also, I think for the doctors, we appreciate the work they do. We really appreciate the work they do. And we would like to also let them to encourage them to do more and show some empathy sometimes. We know sometimes they can be a bit overburdened with all the limited resources. Like they said, they have to improvise. How long do they have to improvise? Sometimes it can really, if you go to the facilities, I don't like going to the medical facility because after when you see the things, but there are times you go to different places and you see how systems and structures are working and you're like, can we at least do this in our hospitals? Can we at least invest some resources? If you look at all the things we are channeling our resources into, and you look at the things we are doing in the health sector, then it means that our priorities are not right. Our priorities are not right. So I think that we need to follow up.
Right.
We really need to follow up on some of these recommendations and see things happening.
Right. Yes, so Dr. Jansen, having listened across the table, but let me be frank with you, there are those like where you sit as you wear two hats, as a doctor and as a lawyer, and you're looking at people who have already been sort of convicted and being given to the Sanhedrin to hang, and say, let them go for disciplinary action, when the disciplinary action ought to commence on a neutral ground.
You see, this is one of the challenges I have with some comments made by the good professor, who is also my friend, on the day of the presentation, actually making clear pronouncement about medical negligence. I found that worrying. You see, let's be candid with ourselves. Technically, none of these 7 named people are guilty as of today. Some findings have been made. They have now been referred to go through the due process and to also have their day in court, either at the MDC in the nature of their quasi-judicial proceedings through the penal and disciplinary committees, or even if a decision is made there, they reserve the right to go to the High Court for some redress by way of appeal. It is only after that period that we can say that indeed they have been formally charged and they have been convicted of ABC. So for a situation where, as it stands now, it is as if they have been, as you said, sent to the Sanhedrin, people already cyberbullying them and what have you, I think it is also not right. And we need to be fair to them as well. In this whole chain, I have said the ambulance service, per the reports and everything, they also have questions to answer. The EMT staff and the service itself.
But the committee didn't spare them.
No, where were they referred to? You mentioned what went wrong. And you see, people who are also talking about...
Where would they be referred to?
Don't they work under the allied health professional bodies in Ghana? Is it the case that they are in the health service and they don't respond or report to anybody? There's no regulation that covers them. No. The report itself is damning on them. It is not I who authored that report. So why are you, in quote, selectively picking on the 7? I'm not saying people should not be held accountable. No. They have been duly put into motion that go through the process. But let the chain cover everybody. The other side of it is that people are saying there are no systemic problems. That is a fundamental untruth.
No, I don't think anybody says there are no systemic issues. But that in this case, you can actually isolate those people.
No. See, just as you rightly said, patients can be held in an ambulance for, say, an hour and more. 3 hours, 5 hours, depending on the situation. Why is it so? The moment the ambulance service picks up the patient, they should be able to communicate with the hospitals. A doctor could actually be even giving them further instructions beyond what they do. They can ask you to check A, B, C, D. How is this going? Do that, do that. They can do that level. Here we were, they could not even communicate with anybody. They were going blindly, moving from one place to the other. If you do things well, even before the patient gets to the health facility, they are ready waiting for the patient, well prepared. So there are issues that we all need to address.
Yeah,
but for me, the most important
in this case, from 10:30 thereabouts until 12:08.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I'm
118 minutes.
We had more than enough time, to save the situation.
3 different hospitals.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That
so if the ambulance guys didn't do the right thing, the hospital should have.
I'm not saying the hospital should not be held accountable.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that for them, they are going through the process.
Right.
The hospitals themselves should also be held accountable. At this point, it is actually left to the family to even decide whether to actually even sue the state. Because clearly per the report, the state and its agencies have also equally played some role in the unfortunate death as we have experienced.
All right.
But for me, going forward, what I think should happen is that these 7 persons who for now have formally been
indicted
and have been referred to the regulatory bodies, I think they should be calm, let them go through the processes, have their day, let them have the proper defense. And all the comments that came along at the point of the presentation should be discarded. Let's look at the facts. If they go through the process, in quotes, wherever
all the comments saying he was reading from a slide.
No.
That is
the slide doesn't talk about medical negligence.
The slide is their summary of their findings.
No, you can't. They did not have the power to declare that somebody has been medically negligent. You and I know negligence is a thought. As Edu Sergey said in Alasan Kori and Muru Hausa, that in the real sense, medical negligence is not just a heedless or a careless conduct, either in omission or commission, but it's actually that complex concept of duty of care, a breach, and the resulting damage. And within it, when you interrogate, there's causation, there's proximity, and all of it.
I'm beginning to hear that because a hospital does not admit you in the first place, the duty does not arise.
No, hospitals always owe a duty of care to patients. And that one, no lawyer, no court will waste their time to debate about it. So as for the duty of care, it is there.
Okay.
It is the breach, the resultant damage, and what have you. You see, let people also have the opportunity. And then if the associations, the societies, the practitioners, you even mentioned Dr. Arthur Kennedy, who is no longer here but comes here often, telling you that there are systemic problems. As they say, when the crocodile comes from beneath the waters to tell you something, believe it, there are problems. And the communication from these various groups, as you refer to, I tell you what, there is absolute merit in what they are saying. If we take what they are saying seriously, we'll be able to fix the system with commitment.
Okay.
Look, ask yourself, just a quick one. Even at the West African level, the ECOWAS level, there's a certain minimum threshold that our annual budget should give to healthcare by way of investment. Ask whether this country has ever met it. So we are under-investing in our own healthcare system. And as we say, the health of the people is the wealth of the nation. So the state has a responsibility to do more. And let's accept it and make sure that we are able to do things right and improve the system for all.
Thank you. Now, you hear suggestions, and the public perception is almost to the point that they have been pronounced sort of guilty or
that's
convicted. No. But when you read the report in detail, Abbas, you will find as a lawyer that they don't make that pronouncement.
Yes, but the comment at the point of the presentation
they are a fact-finding committee.
Yes.
And as a fact-finding committee, they are entitled to say, this is what we found.
Exactly.
If they found that somebody neglected to do something, they should say it. But they did not pronounce anybody guilty. They said, you should have done A, you should have done A. Go answer for yourself. So, because he wore more of his lawyer's hat than that of a surgeon or the ordinary member of the public like us, I'm careful to, caution that you don't also do that. Having heard from across the table, in the next 2 minutes, what do you have to say?
Something I'm happy you drew doctors' attention to the fact that the committee was an inquisitorial and not an accusatorial body. They were a fact-finding mission that was supposed to make an inquisition into a state of affairs and present their findings, which they have done. And they are not accusing anybody. It is based on the findings that some recommendations have been made and reference have been made to other judicial or quasi-judicial body for further determination. I think the defensive posture adopted by the professional body is very concerning.
Professional bodies.
Professional bodies is very concerning.
Because to be frank with you, I'm looking at it this way. What did the committee do wrong?
Yes.
Somebody comes to you. You can't attend to them. You are not helping them to find an alternative place to go to. You are not triaging them. You are not checking the basics. Then you pass them on. They go. They get to the next place. You are also professionals. Can we help check elsewhere if we can, so that they can refer you rather? Nobody does all of this. And you say nobody should be held accountable for anything? No. Yes, Abbas, go on.
About just a minute. You see, something, I think we should let the issues be clear. None of the professional bodies or societies have said that, one, they disagree with Professor Kuse's committee in its totality. No. If you go through, they all say that, yes, they welcome it and all of it. They are more interested in how the persons who have been referred to go through the processes will get a fair trial, so to speak, and they are also ready to basically support their men.
Yeah, they have stated so.
And that is one of the mandates of professional bodies. So for me, there is no problem about it. So then, let's not the narrative look like
if you as a lawyer gets into trouble and you are referred to the General Legal Counsel, the Ghana Bar Association will say that they are coming to support you at the General Legal Counsel.
No, that is not what they are saying.
We don't do that.
No, that is not what the medical people are saying.
They say so, that they will give them the support.
No, they need their support. They are talking about their state of mind. You see, their state of mental health. That is the support. Look, in the legal, and maybe we may not appreciate this, but for the doctors, they know what the implications of these things are on their mental.
I understand your
point.
point.
That is why they are talking about support in the nature
I understand that. I understand that.
Psychology
Yes,
and
Abbas.
what have
Yes,
let just conclude. Respectfully. You see, Abbas, I never said that I am, in quotes, against what has been done. I was the first to say that I welcome and I support it, except that I've also taken the pains to point out some areas I believe should have been done in a more refined way than as it stands now.
Thank you. The point has been made, yes.
So, Samson, the point I made, my observation still stands that it's like the professional bodies are more interested in their professional reputation than giving members who have not lived up to their professional responsibility up for judicial scrutiny. And I find that very concerning. The issue that has happened, Samson, it is very normal for people to try to hide their negligence, or if you like, dereliction under the cloak of systemic failure. But under the circumstances, in spite of all the systemic failures, I believe something could have been done. I think we did not need a whole system. We did not need a whole sophisticated system to apply compression on the laceration to stop the blood that flew out of him, leading to his death. I don't think we needed any sophisticated system to apply basic life support systems to more or less keep him alive until he got to the next destination. So there's a systemic issues, as bad as they are. I think we need to distill them from the real issues of professional negligence as this case appears to portray. But Samson, I think ab initio, every lawyer may conclude that this particular case has all the trappings of medical negligence. Because like doctor, you said, you established that a duty of care was owed the victim.
Yeah, that is
and if the duty was owed, was that duty breached?
That's the
was
issue.
That duty breached?
That's the issue Dr. Jansen raises.
Yes.
And you support that they didn't pronounce anybody guilty. I've heard many lawyers who say, from this kind of report, it's cool chop in a courtroom. You know, it's easy for a lawyer to do their work in the courtroom against these people who have been named. So if you say that they didn't convict them, legally,
Samson, I am looking at it from a legal point of view. If you allow me, was that duty breach? And I understand when it comes to medical negligence, there is a particular test that is applied where the rule applied is looked at within the prism of an ordinary prudent medical officer have left the victim on his own? And if he did so, would that not constitute medical negligence? So it is good to want to protect our professional reputation and image. But I think we should be bold and frank enough to allow members whose professional integrity have come to question to face the law. After all the necessary facilities will be afforded them to establish their innocence or otherwise. So we should not preempt the work or the recommendations of the committee.
We'll take a break here. We'll take a break here. When we return to go to NAFCO and PDS situations, and I told you earlier that we'll tell you the other side of the story in the PDS matter. Is there actually a debt that has been owing for which the government claims it is the reason they are going after the 4 people that have been named, the 2 lawyers? Was there not an international arbitration that eventually sort of settled the question of any debt owed by PDS to ECG? So where from this thing about some money in Carl Bank, which is missing, for which these people have been arrested? Why is it that the 2 who were arrested and the 2 lawyers who went to attend to them were arrested by the BNI and detained and released a day after when they had gone there to assist their clients? When it comes to the buffer stock issue also, why is it that the Attorney General decided to discontinue the case, as it were, withdraw, and immediately rearrested them and kept them in custody one more time for almost 2 days? We'll be right back. Bobby Banson.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Car. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water. No wahala. Syntex satisfied. It they make water they flow. Syntax, and you're strong, and you're tough.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced twin-star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson,
Me didn't tum. Mr. Friend, Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Friend, once now.
Hey, attention you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain was key to double the action.
Me did it, Sasso spray. Mr. Friend, Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my Sasso.
Sasso, come tum preko.
Mommy, good morning.
Good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major coronary surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally? Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery.
Laparoscopic
colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, first Ghana colorectal center, aimed to serve a peculiar health need.
Welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. So we are now going to look at the matters of law. Of course, we've been talking law, but we'll talk some more law now. And thank you for the many messages that you continue to bring in on the first subject, but we spent quite some time on that because it's very, very important. It has to do with life. This one says that in all this, it comes down to the Bolam test. Yeah, I remember that test so well. It says the Bolam test remains influential in this area. Under the Bolam test, the question is whether a responsible body of similarly trained professionals would regard the conduct as acceptable under the circumstances. If the answer is plainly no, referral for discipline review becomes legitimate. So the question we have to answer is, did these health professionals fail or pass the Bolam test. Please, I read the Bolam test to you again, and someone summarizes it very nicely, that whether a responsible body of similarly trained professionals would regard the conduct as acceptable under the circumstances. So let's say we ask some medical association in the UK or in the US whether it's acceptable to turn away a patient in a public hospital because perhaps there's no bed or there are no people to attend to them. What will happen? Anyway, okay, so you answer that yourself. As you have heard, Philip Ayensu, Veraj Fat, Sophia Koko, lawyer, Justice Minka Premo, lawyer, have been arrested and are on bail. Why? Because it is alleged that some 850 million Ghana cedis belonging to ECG has gone missing in a Cal Bank account, and PDS is being held to answer for that. That sounds a bit, difficult, right? But let's get to see if we can appreciate this particular issue and what is actually going on. And as I announced, Bobby Banson, lawyer and lecturer, Ghana School of Law, joins us. Also, Alfred Triage, former Deputy Attorney General, also joins us. So we are looking at this issue and also the matter of the buffer stock, where the accused persons were sort of discharged by the court because Attorney General threw in a withdrawal, and then they got rearrested, and after they were rearrested, had to spend some almost 30 hours or so in the Iyoko custody. The buffer stock, we're talking about the two, Abdul Hanan and the wife, who are facing charges for some 78.2 million Ghana cedis. That is said that they colluded in a criminal enterprise to sort of steal or launder that money, funds that belong to the buffer stock company. And so they are being held to account for that. And also in the PDS matter, as you know, Ghana was privileged to have $190 million advance or made available to it by the Millennium Challenge Corporation under the Compact funding. And ECG was a target to improve electricity distribution, among others. And the PDS, a consortium, came together to take over the operations of ECG towards improving it. And then there were issues of fraud that came in. Eventually, the contract was terminated. The contract was entered into in 2019, and then in the same 2019, in October, it was terminated by President Akufo-Addo. And then this is where we are. A lot of things have happened, but some arrests have now happened. Of course, President Mahama had promised in 2014 that he will take some action to make sure that people answer for it. It's actually supposed to be part of the oral. So we ask the question, is oral in flight or it's in stitches? It's whatever. Thank you, Bobby Banson, and thank you, Alfred Chayebua, for making time to join us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Right. Okay. So, Alfred, let's begin with you. First, what's your understanding of what has culminated into the arrest of the 4 individuals, including the 2 lawyers? And as we are learning now, the 2 lawyers had actually gone to the BNI to represent their clients because they have been, Sophia Koko and Justice Mika Premo, have been doing the PDS, representing PDS since 2015 when the matter came up where they were seeking to get the contract. They have been representing them. They represented them in the arbitration in London as well. And then they said they went to assist their clients and they got arrested and detained, then released a day after.
Yes, something. Good morning once again. In your intro, you asked the question whether Ora is in flight or whether Ora is dead. I'll answer that one. The moving discuss what happened. In terms of accountability, I think it forms one of the key bedrocks of our democracy. For that matter, anyone who is well, our democracy must be in love with accountability. Speaking for myself, every individual will be held to account anytime and any time that is never any state agency. But to talk about ORA, which happens to be a political campaign process, the expectation is that people will be held to account for their stewardship. And then if those who are found capable and needed to be prosecuted, there's also the expectation that such individuals will be prosecuted. I dare say that ORA got bad the moment the learned Attorney General withdrew charges against some individuals as well as entering prosecuted in other cases. Why am I saying so? I'm saying so because the foundational understanding of ORA is accountability. And ORA has no limit. It's not about former government appointees, it's about whoever has held public office. And so if there were cases pending, and in the wisdom of the AG, he decided to withdraw the charges, in which some of them were acquitted and discharged without the court pronouncing on it, then it is a problem. With regard to the case where the AG entered nullity prosecuted, it's been over a year plus. But the moment you enter NP, it is the expectation that you take a step to bring the case back. We've not heard anything about the other case. That's what I'm saying. ORA is dead and buried. Now back to PDS. PDS, as we all know, is one of the entities that came into the operations of ECG, and there were a lot of issues regarding PDS. Now, fast forward, there was this campaign promise, as you rightly indicated in your intro by the President, that all matters in connection with PDS will be investigated. That's a good call. But my worry now is about the manner in which it is being done. How can a lawyer who accompanies his client to BNI or state agency be told that you are even a suspect? And for that matter, you cannot represent your client. So let another person do it. If those 2 lawyers were suspects in the eyes and minds of the investigator, they could have also informed them that you are also to be investigated together with A, B, C, and D. And for that matter, such a lawyer may know what to accompany his client to a state security agency. I see it as a form of embarrassment to those lawyers. And for my hunch, those lawyers offered their legal services to PDS and got paid in accordance with our practice as lawyers. And so if a lawyer is paid for his services, is it now the case that such a lawyer will become the subject of investigation because he has been paid his legal fees? If we go along that tangent, they're respectful. Most lawyers, including even lawyers who are part of this government, will have to just also be invited and be questioned on their representation regarding some of these state agencies. But I don't think that is the situation. I will call for a situation where investigations will be done devoid of any other consideration. It does not mean that a lawyer cannot be investigated. But do not wait for a lawyer to come to your entity with a client and then you tell him that I'm not going to allow you to do it because you are also a subject matter of investigations, or you are also one of the people that we investigate them, so you are also under arrest. That's not the way to build our state. And I'll condemn it and rather say that the security agencies next time will have to just make sure that they do things right. Now, when it comes to the substance of the investigation,
so wait on the aspect of the lawyers. So, Justice Kusi Minka Premo and Sophia Koko, as we understand, they have issued a statement now and they confirm that they were detained by the BNI and IOCO while attempting to provide legal representation for their clients. They claim that, they say that they were accused of dishonestly receiving an abetment of money laundering related to the alleged amount I referred to, that's 850 million from ECG accounts. Meanwhile, this abetment or whatever it was, they were not shown money laundering, they were not shown any figures about all of that. They were granted bail in the sum of 50,000, is it, or 50 million each. So they got bail. Now, are you suggesting that because they are lawyers and they have been representing PDS and their officials, if the officials are arrested and the investigative institution believes that they, the lawyers, are also complicit, they can't do anything about it?
That is not my suggestion. If as lawyers they've engaged in any activity that is deemed unlawful, the state agencies have every right to investigate them. But in this particular instance, and from what I know, where these lawyers represented their clients and we paid their legal fee, and the legal fee that they paid is what they're now terming dishonestly receiving, as well as engaging in money laundering. I mean, does it make sense? That's my worry, Samson. We are a nation of laws. We are not a nation of men. Any state that reduces its governance into a nation of men, but not a nation of law, may not have the future that its people may want it to be.
So they are raising accusations that, you know, their detention amounts to abuse of power, and that what the state's law enforcement has done to them is reputational damage. I want to understand from where you sit again that you're a lawyer, you are representing the people, fine, but they have arrested the PDS officials over this matter, and then they say that we think that you are also complicit, you are needed for this investigation. If you say that is not wrong, how come the accusation of abuse of power and reputational damage?
The lawyers are saying abuse of power and occupational damage principally because, one, they went to the security agencies as lawyers representing their clients. They were not invited by the security agency or the BNI. That's the first thing. Secondly, they are lawyers who represented their clients and were paid their appropriate legal fees. Aside from the legal fees, nothing else on what I know. And so if you are investigating a lawyer just because you represented his client and was paid his legal fees, that lawyer will have a right to say you are abusing your power. And I agree with them. You've actually put them in a situation where people may see them as criminals. And I think the lawyers involved want to take legal action. Because state agencies are paid by the people, and before they can suggest anybody through that process, they must be very sure. You do not have to speculate that maybe you've seen that PDS paid you some money, so because of that, you are under arrest. As I said earlier on, if we have to go along that tangent, there's something you and I will be arrested by the state. Because we have represented clients in criminal and civil matters who have also paid us. We have represented clients who have been
Yeah, but the fact that we are lawyers doesn't mean that we are above the law also. So if there is suspicion of wrongdoing on our part as lawyers, why not?
So I'll give the state agency some time. We are all in this space. Let's wait what comes out of these investigations. If apart from what I'm telling you now, they seem to come out to say that maybe some monies were paid into the lawyer's account, and that which such money doesn't constitute legal fees, but something else. Let's wait. But I'm only cautioning that in terms of the state agencies discharging their duties, they must be a bit circumspect because individual reputations are usually at stake.
So hold on briefly for me, Alfred. I understand that Raymond Archer joins us. Raymond Archer is the head of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, as in IOCO. He is the boss there. So he's joining us to, throw some more light, I don't know, first on the PDS matter, but more particularly with the second issue that we haven't started discussing yet. Raymond Archer, thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
Right. So in respect of this arrest of the officers of the PDS, including their lawyers, what do you have to say about that? And they were detained, as I understand, and granted bail in the sum of 50 million.
So, Samson, respectfully, good morning to yourself and your panel and to your listeners. So, first of all, let me just clarify that the PDS investigation is a joint investigation between the BNI and IOCO, which I had. Now, the PDS investigation is also not predicated on the campaign promise of the president, but based on a petition from the Financial Intelligence Unit, Financial Intelligence Center, that sent that petition. Now, so every petition has specific allegations that it raises. And then as you review and you expand the investigation, other matters come into view. Now, I want to state that as far as my briefing is concerned, the lawyers that you're talking about were invited as suspects. And then they turned up on the scheduled day, but said they could not wait because the officers were on the field. They could not wait and scheduled to come the day after. Now, that day had already been scheduled for the other two suspects that you mentioned, Ayensu and the Indian chap. So the visit then now came to clash. So when they came, the two lawyers that had been invited prior, so the officials obviously agreed to the fact that they said they couldn't wait and they will come the next day. So when they came in, they were taking as suspects. Then a set of lawyers from Mika Premo also came to represent the other two gentlemen, Ayensu and the Indian. So it is not true that lawyers came to represent their clients and then they were arrested. That is not true. I will not even allow interrogations to continue or start with any suspect unless his lawyer is present. And so, please, that is the clarity I wanted to bring to you. And the issue, the reason why these lawyers have been invited, I hear, oh, they are lawyers. There's something more to that. And I just don't want the operational details to be spilled out in this way, at this level of the investigation. But it is not true that they came to see their client and then they were asked that they were suspect. That invitation had gone to them long before. They are the ones who rescheduled the meeting to that day.
Okay, but the bail amount, why were they detained and why, such an excessive bail amount, 50 million? Okay, so once again, that's the reality. You see, we are public servants, we are public servants. Now, when Mr. Premo, the senior lawyer, came in, he said he wasn't feeling well, so he had to be taken to the clinic. That was a Friday, so that entered into a holiday. And because he wasn't well, we were minded not to keep him there all the way till Monday. So there were a lot of interventions that, because of his age and because of what he wasn't well, we should rather grant him bail. But then on that day, you couldn't go for surety inspection and all of that because it was a holiday. So what we decided was, why don't we release him on a bond so that they will come back on a Monday, which was a working day, so that we could go through the bail process. Now, my understanding is very simple, that when you hear bail, people should not focus on the amount. People should focus on what is at stake. So for me, I don't want to go into the details of whatever it is, but the bail obviously reflects what is at stake at the moment. There are two people who were given that bail in respect of the proceeds that may have gone anywhere. At the end of the day, those two people, those bail conditions were given in consideration of the totality of what the agents are looking at. That's about it. We tried. Saturday, we all were clamoring to make sure that somehow this officer, Mr. Premo, who is advanced in age and wasn't well, could at least go home. And all these activities are so misconstrued and thrown out there. My understanding from the officers was that Mr. Premo himself told the officers how and congratulated them how professional they were on that day. So what has changed? He congratulated them for detaining him?
He congratulated them for the level of professionalism they exhibited.
Mm.
And here we are now saying that they actually came to represent their clients and they were arrested. I mean, it's just so difficult to operate under this level of high-handed misinformation.
I'm sure you have seen their statement. By their statement, they came to represent their clients, and you turned them into suspects.
Samson, I've just told you, they were invited. The two of them, Madam Sophia and Minka Premo, were invited the day before. Okay. They actually, we don't invite lawyers. We invite suspects, and then they come with their lawyers. So how is that? How do you invite a lawyer because his suspect is under investigation? Mm. You invite the suspect, then he is accompanied by his attorney. But we will not know who is representing who. We are not able to determine who a person's legal person is when he's coming to respond to an investigation. So it couldn't have been that we invited them and then we now turn them into suspects. We would have invited the suspect and the suspects would have come with their attorney. They were invited the day before and chose to come the following day because they couldn't wait. I wouldn't have taken that, but at the end, the man, I understand, is not feeling too well. So therefore, when he said they will come the next day, they were granted. When they came the next day, they took them through the process. The other suspects which is Philip and the Indian guy, they had a separate team of lawyers from Minka Premo who dealt with them. Okay, so what my understanding is that Minka Premo and Sophia said they will represent themselves, but they needed an independent witness present. So that's exactly what happened.
But in this matter we are talking about, share some lights with us. That some 850 million or so in a Carl Bank account went missing, and that's what has triggered this arrest. As you just said, you isolate the campaign promise by the president, which was not a bad promise. I don't see why you want to distance the president from. Everybody was angry about the PDS situation, and everybody was asking that there should be some action. So if the president promised at the time that some action will be taken at all costs, I don't see why. So tell us about this money.
So I'm saying, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying the president's decision, pronouncement in opposition was wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this investigation, at this instance, this particular investigation is premised on a petition from the Financial Intelligence Center. It is not predicated on the statement that was made by His Excellency the President when he was in opposition. Okay, and the petition has specific set of allegations that is made. And then it's reviewed, and then an investigative plan is put in place, then a case theory is built, and then the investigation kicks in.
PDS is one of the major cases.
The president has said some amount of money was missing. If you don't clarify that, it will then look like it is that money that is being pursued.
No, I was referring to
this investigation, as we speak, is predicated on a petition.
I get that. I was referring to the money we lost as a result of the botched PDS process. The 100 and how much again is it that we lost because of that, which we could have used to salvage ECG and its problems. Now, so
once again, Samson.
Yes.
Once again, somebody has said a lot of things. I'm a law enforcement officer. Okay, when I open my mouth and tell you, or even agree, or is seen to be agreeing that 188 million or 200 million is missing, it must be based on what I've investigated and what I've found. It cannot be because somebody said it or because it is being speculated.
Right.
As far as I am concerned, as I speak to you now, whatever I tell you must be based on facts. It cannot be based on what was speculated, what may have happened. It cannot be at this point.
All right.
And that is the process that has been kicked in by this petition, active petition, that we are all trying to see what is in there that we can do. But if people already feel like you can't even start.
Right. So let me ask you a few questions.
You can't even start the process. Then that's the problem.
I get you. Let me ask you a few questions. As I mentioned earlier, we were all very angry about the PDS situation and the fact that the country was losing the $190 million that would have come through the Millennium Challenge, compact to assist ECG. And because PDS came in and all of these happened. Are you suggesting that, but for the petition, this would not have happened because PDS is a major case flagged by oral?
So once again, Samson, we are investigating an active petition. Okay, the issue that we are discussing. Look, there could be 20 investigations into PDS. There could be 10 investigations into PDS. But at this moment, at the instant moment, we're dealing with an active petition. And that is what this case is about. It is not about what may or may not have happened or may not have been reported in oral. What we are discussing now is an active petition and an active investigation.
Right.
That is it.
Okay, so as we understand, PDS, after they entered into the concession deal with ECG, 2019 in May, and then by July 2019, their operations were suspended. So ECG took over again. In October 2019, then the government terminated the PDS deal. The ordinary Ghanaian who has been listening and following the process is asking one simple question. How do PDS officials have a hand in the missing of 850 million Ghana cedis in a Carl Bank account long after they lost control of everything?
You see, it's all one of the misinformation. And as somebody who is supervising this investigation as well as that of the Director General of BNI, I do not want to reveal specific information that has already been gathered under this investigation. Once again, I'm saying that for anybody to even make a comment, they must have at least see the details of that petition. They're talking about 800 million. They're talking about whether ECG took over or whether there was money that was already collected before the termination and what happened to that money. All of that, I do not want to comment about because at the end, I am the one who is supervising this investigation. Okay. And I don't want the officers to be prejudiced by what I say.
Okay.
But I can tell you that there's a very professional, very methodical investigation that is going on. I hear the talk, these people who came there were just mere lawyers. The evidence will tell you something different.
Okay.
I don't want us to be misleading the public because this is a very sensitive issue, like you yourself have said.
So
it is something that the majority of Ghanaians are interested
if you give us some basic information, you will be able to overcome any misleading information in the public. So when was this 800? When was this 850?
I just told you that.
When was this 850 million? When did it get missing in the Carl Bank account?
When what?
The 850 million at stake. When did it get missing in the Carl Bank account?
So I mean, where did you get that figure from?
Your own, the Attorney General's department, your spokesperson, has told the world that this is what is at stake, 850 million missing from the Carl Bank account.
Listen, Samson, please pay attention to what I'm saying. I'm saying to you that there could be 20 PDS investigations ongoing. There could be 30 PDS investigations contemplated. What I'm telling you is that we are discussing a specific issue. I will not get into any aspect of PDS that have not started or is being handled by another agency. I'm just responding to the specific issues that has arisen out of this specific investigation based on a specific petition. Okay. And I'm saying that the allegations they are making, that they came to represent their clients, that they were this, all of that is false.
I've moved on from there. Okay. I've moved on from there. But Benjamin Alpha.
As for the details of what has been found, what is in the petition, it is a subject of investigation. The fact that somebody makes a petition and says 100 million is missing from Carl Bank doesn't necessarily mean that it is true. The fact that the person says 100 million is missing from Carl Bank may also end up that, in fact, something more than that has happened. And it is very, very dangerous for investigative agencies to be throwing out numbers at such a preliminary stage of the investigation. That's why I keep a very silent position on active investigation.
I get that. So can you help me with this? Benjamin Alpha, who is the press secretary to the Attorney General, says that there is this suspected disappearance of 850 million belonging to ECG from a particular bank account, and that is the subject of the current investigation. Shall we take that, or we should discount it?
Samson, I just told you. You told me that you said on your show that there was PDS in oral, okay, and the PDS document was handed over to the Attorney General, and there are different agencies that are working on a lot of different cases. So I'm telling you that on this particular case we are investigating, it is based on an active petition from the FIC. It has nothing to do with what the other agencies that are working on oral cases may be handling.
Okay. Raymond, just a second.
It may well be possible.
I'm following a process.
Some of the other agencies that are working on oral cases are dealing with a specific issue of some missing money.
I get you.
But let's focus on what we are investigating and not digress.
Yes,
I
Raymond.
don't know. I didn't listen to this statement by the Attorney General spokesperson. And by the way, the Attorney General is not my spokesperson. He's not the spokesperson for us. He is the supervisor of our agency. He's the sector minister.
Okay, because you see, when we started, you were concerned about misinformation. But for us, the information that we relied on was from official source. Benjamin Alpha, press secretary to the Attorney General, or Ministry of Justice and Attorney General's Department, told the world, told the public. I heard him on Ekosisen, and I think I've heard him somewhere else, and he said 850 million belonging to ECG that has gone missing in a Carl Bank account is the subject of the arrest of the four. No, hold on. Is the subject of the arrest of the four and the subsequent bail that was granted to them. So we would not have been able to have a discussion without putting that in perspective. It's actually the only basis for our discussion. But now you are saying what you are dealing with is different from what has been put out by Benjamin Alpha, correct?
That's not what I'm saying. I am not here to talk about Benjamin Alpha. I'm here to speak specifically to what I'm dealing with. I'm here to speak specifically to the lies that a lawyer came before the agency and was arrested as a suspect. I'm dealing specifically with the source of this investigation, and that's what I'm responding to. I'm not here to respond to what Atta was supposed to have said or not have said, because I didn't listen to that.
Okay.
I didn't listen to what he said. I probably don't even care what he said. I only care about the active investigation that we are doing, which is the subject matter of your discussion.
Okay. So what is the case that you say you have been petitioned for which you are investigating?
That's what I have told you. It's an active investigation, and I'm telling you that it's a case that involves PDS, but I don't want to tell you what it specifically is. But I can tell you that what is going on is based on that petition. And I want it to remain at that until such a time when you realize I never...
Oh, did I lose Raymond? Yes, on that score that you have not been speaking publicly about your cases, we can grant you that because there's no evidence that you have been doing so, except some may say that, there are others who are speaking for you. There are others who speak and deal with information that they could only have gotten it from you. So somehow that is being...
Others like who?
When the Attorney General speaks about an investigation and praises you, names you and praises you.
So you make this statement that others speak for me. As I speak to you now, I don't have a spokesperson. So is there others are speaking for me? Who are speaking for me?
Yes, so I just gave an example. I'm just giving an example. When the buffer stock matter, which we are going to go into right now, when the Attorney General had a press conference, you were the one that was singled out for praise.
Yeah.
Correct. So that will be you. That's Attorney General saying.
Agency.
I'm not talking about
the agency. I represent the agency.
Correct.
Okay. So please let's have it. Whatever you write to when you write a letter to the agency, you write to the executive director. I just embody the position. That's all.
Okay. Right. So a final point here before we go to the buffer stock so that you can take leave of us. Thank you for your indulgence. As we understand, this matter, PDS went to arbitration. And in the London Court of Arbitration, yes, the court eventually declined jurisdiction on the matter, and then concluded, however, that PDS owed no money to ECG beyond the cost that it awarded against them, which they have paid. So there are others who are surprised that we are still dealing with the subject.
You see, that's the level, that's the thing I don't understand, Samson. There's a difference between a debt and, for example, theft. And you know that, and my understanding is that the issue that went before the arbitration had nothing to do with whether somebody has stolen money or somebody was indebted. So there's a difference. If the court says, I don't owe you money, that's it. But there's a difference between theft, there's a difference between debt, there's a difference between laundering, there's a difference between... So there are different things, and we shouldn't mix them up.
Thanks for the explanation. So we are going to have a second discussion on the buffer stock, but because you are already here, we'll ask you a couple of questions about that, and then you can now take leave of us. So, Hanan Abdul Wahab Aludiba, the former CEO of National Food Buffer Stock Company, and his wife, Faiza Seydou Woni, have been on trial over the 78.2 million questioning of, collusion and stealing and laundering. And for almost a year now, we thought things were running. And then on Tuesday, the Attorney General was in court, and then he sought to withdraw the case. Upon withdrawing the case, the natural thing that should happen, the judge did, was to discharge them. Discharge is not acquittal. So right after we are told that heavily built IOCO officials picked them up, heavily built and armed, picked them up. And then they got detained for so long, and they did not have access to their lawyers. Can you explain that to what happened?
So once again, that's the kind of lies that makes this work very difficult. Now, let me first deal with the last part. So the last part was very simple. Yes, Mr. Hanan and his wife came into custody. Immediately he came into custody, he said he was not feeling well. And just as protocol, he was taken to the clinic. Now, once somebody, and let me also explain to you my policy. When somebody takes medication, immediately I don't want to conduct interrogation, because I've seen several cases where lawyers have argued that, oh, this particular medication can let you hallucinate, can make your judgment blurred. So when somebody takes in medication, I don't like to interrogate the person immediately. So first of all, he went to the clinic. He came back late. By the time he came late, we were in the middle of a lot of activities. We were handling interrogations. That day, I left the office around 1 a.m., okay? Because there is Kofi Juma ongoing, suspects 3 interrogations in that day, all of them conducted by me. There is Kokobot, 4 interrogations conducted by me. There was 2 international operations that we were coordinating. So all these activities are taking place at the same time. So my understanding is that the lawyers had come and they had asked to see the executive director. And they told them that the executive director was in a meeting. Okay? So first of all, they came late from the clinic. By the time they came, we were actively involved in multiple operations. Then the next day came. The next day when they came to meet Mr. Minka Premo and Sophia and Ayensu and the Indian chap, waiting already before they came, the lawyers. That's my understanding. Now, when they came in, like I told you, we made allocation for Mr. Premo to go home and the team to go home because it was a holiday. It was going to be a long drawn out until Monday. So they were supposed to come back to Yoko to complete the bail process. So they were there. At the same time, we had Kofi Juma, we had Kokobot still ongoing. So my understanding was that they still asked to see the executive director, and they were told that he was in the middle. In fact, that morning when Mr. Premo and the team were already there, I held a team meeting with the investigators, both from BNI and from IOCO. For 2 hours, we were in that investigation before we began the process of the bail for Mr. Premo. They came before the lawyers for Hanan came in. I don't know whether they wanted us to jump Mr. Premo and listen to them first or what. After all, nothing was going on with Hanan. We had cases and programs lined up. When eventually we were ready, we were calling the lawyers. They said they had left. They left before. Listen to this. Mr. Premo and the team came before them. They left before Mr. Premo. As at 9 o'clock, we were almost completing the bail conditions for Mr. Premo and the rest. They had waited. Their lawyers were there. We finished the process. I asked to see the lawyers for Hanan, and I was told they were gone. I said, okay, I'm going into at 8 o'clock, 9 p.m. Call them to come back so that we can speak with them. They meet their client, take the normal process, and move on. They called them. I went into the first investigation, the interrogation at 9 o'clock, finished around 10:30. I went into another one with Kofi Juma around 11 o'clock, finished and still came back and they were not in. At the end, I was compelled to grant bail to Hanan and his wife because his lawyers were not there. All we heard was that they said we denied them access to their clients.
Okay, so like the Menka Premo situation, Hanan also got sick and needed to be taken to the hospital on Tuesday.
I'm not a doctor.
Right, that's fine. That's fine.
When a suspect says he's sick, for example, let me explain something to you. Because people are claiming that we are being heavy-handed. Let me explain
I need to ask you a few questions.
When Mr. Kofi Jumo came in, just 1 second, if you indulge, just 1 second. When Mr. Kofi Jumo came in, he said he needed medication. I asked every process in respect of the case to be halted. Take his medication, give him food, and don't talk to him until he's properly relaxed after eating. Okay, once you do all of this, time passes, but it is the right thing to do because you will go to court one day and they will throw the case out based on the fact that the man just came and took this particular medication. That medication is not conducive for him to be able to think the way if he hadn't taken it, he would have thought. And the case can be thrown out.
That you have said already. So now I want to ask you a couple of questions. I hope I can get very quick answers to them. On Tuesday, they are discharged and you arrest them on the court premises and you take them to your offices. The lawyers follow up and they stay there until about 7 p.m. thereafter.
It's something. It's important. It's important when you're saying these things. See, the lawyers followed up. You can say that the lawyers say they followed up, okay? But to say that the lawyers followed up, it could be misleading.
Okay, so
I'm not allowed
to say that you know that I have not said you are claiming or you are saying. So in the same way, just allow me to ask the question.
To what has been said.
Right.
So you can say that the lawyer said that they followed up, and I can tell you whether or not they followed up or not.
Okay. I have confirmed with the lawyers that soon after the arrest, of course, any lawyer would do the same. They were taken away. They didn't know their whereabouts.
Once again,
suspected.
The word you're using is confirmation. If somebody makes a statement, the confirmation could not come from them. The confirmation could come from, let's say, another set of facts that says, oh, yes, they were there at 9 o'clock. But if you say I've confirmed from the lawyers, they are the ones that are making the statement. How could they be the one to confirm the same statement that you are relying on?
It's fine. You are making it difficult for me, but it's fine because you have done this job. So they are discharged, they get arrested. So as we understand, they follow to IOCO. When they follow to IOCO, they are not giving access. And as you confirmed earlier, they had asked to see you because they had been asked to see you, but you were busy. doing multiple other, investigations or attending to other cases. What we understand is that. Can I complete? Let me complete this. Let me
explain to you.
Please, this time around, please allow me to complete. Please, this allow me to complete this one.
Okay.
So, as we understand, Hanan is served some, malt drink and pie or what? Meat pie. And he complains or he starts to vomit or something of the sort. So he needs to be taken to the hospital. You take him to the hospital. Then he returns to Iyoko in the evening. Is that correct?
So, once again, you see that there's a narrative that they followed their client to the office. They wanted to see him and they said no. Now, when a suspect says he's sick, it's a medical condition. It's not a legal condition. Okay? You may be the most intelligent lawyer, but you are still not a doctor. And so, therefore, when somebody says he's sick, it is not the job of the lawyer anymore. It is the responsibility of a doctor. So that is why when they came in and they were waiting, the suspect was not there.
That's fine.
He had been taken to the hospital.
Right. And he returned in the evening, correct?
Yes.
Good. About what time did he return to Iyoko's custody?
I will have to check the log of things. So all these activities are logged. Okay. So for example, when you come in there and you say you want to see the executive director, and I am not. If you come to Iyoko, you will see we have two receptions.
Correct.
One
I'm very familiar with
one
that.
Upstairs. When you are downstairs and you think that's the only number of people who are waiting to see the executive director, you'll be mistaken because on the upper terrace it's full.
Yes, the lawyers will know better.
When we take people out, so the fact that your client is in, you don't know how many lawyers are sitting at the upper terrace also waiting to take care of their lawyers. That's why we even though we close at 5 o'clock, the other day when I sent you the text message, it was 9 p.m. I was still at work.
Right.
I leave the office at 1 a.m. because I want to see everybody.
So Hanan returns from hospital
if,
to
for example,
Iyoko.
when I asked for them to come, if they were there, we would have taken this thing through.
Okay, no, you are talking about the next day. We'll talk about the next day. Hold on. You are talking about the next day. You are not talking about the first day when he returns from the hospital.
I just told you, he was sick. He went to the hospital.
Exactly.
He came back in the evening. By the time he came back in the evening, a lot of activities were already going that we couldn't just stop and listen and go back because this has happened immediately, and the other ones are not important.
Right, I get that.
Okay,
so,
if they had waited till I closed, I was the last person to close on the first day. If they had waited till I closed, I would have seen them.
Okay, so on that score, their lawyers place a number of calls to you, and you did not respond, as we understand. Is that also correct or not?
You see, that's one thing you're saying. You're doing again. Their lawyers say they placed a lot of calls to me. That's what they are telling you.
So that's why I asked you there. I said their lawyers place a number of calls to you according to them. Is that correct or not?
So I haven't seen their calls. They said they came to the office.
I've seen a call log.
What you're saying now is that they said they called me on the phone.
I've seen a call log.
You have been to our office before.
Yes, I've seen a call log that shows, that confirms that they called you.
And be in the conference room for hours. How does this all translate into the fact that it is a standing policy? It is my standing policy that nothing is done at Iyoko without people's lawyers being present.
Respectfully, if you can listen to me, I'm saying that I've seen a call log that shows that there were at least 2 calls to you, one at 13 hours 04, one at 18 hours 02, and they were not returned.
So that's the denial they're talking about? When you say that somebody has denied you access to your client, it is an active action you take to deny the person from access to his client. To say that I called you, you didn't pick up, so that for that reason you deny me access to my client.
Because
it's ridiculous.
Because they are told,
okay, and I've told
they are
you
told that they must see you. They must see you if they must see their clients.
I don't know who is calling. I get missed calls a million times. Okay, I get missed calls a million times. But I don't have to know who everybody that is calling my phone.
I suspect you will save Godfrey Damme's number at least.
Your what?
The former Attorney General's number. You haven't dealt with him being the lawyer for these people. At least you would have saved his number, and you will know that he's calling you.
Are you asking whether I've saved his number or I don't, or I didn't? I mean, I don't know. They are going on to make a statement based on things that are not factual. And now they want to find out whether you have saved his number, for which reason you would have said you ignore his calls or not. That is really, I don't get the logic.
Okay, so after Tuesday, they are back on Monday. They are back on Wednesday. Wednesday at 9 a.m., they say that they are in your offices. Between 9 a.m. up until 4, 5, they don't have opportunity to see their clients. They actually say that they opted to use the normal visiting hours that any ordinary person is allowed to walk into Iyoko and to see their client in custody. And that opportunity was denied them. That's what they say. Until they leave, and then they get a call to return.
So Samson,
yes.
That's what I explained to you earlier. So once again, they came in the morning, but by the time they arrived in the office, Minka Premo, Sophia, Ayensu, and the Indian guy are already seated.
This is Wednesday morning.
To go through their process.
This Wednesday morning.
And my question is it that we didn't take them over Minka Premo because Minka Premo came earlier before them and left after they had left? So it just presupposes that it will confirm what I'm telling you, that things go by process. They came before you, and immediately we finished with them. We were looking for these lawyers to go through the process. They had gone home.
All right. So Raymond, help us now. We have to terminate this interview at a point. But thank you for indulging.
Thanks for indulging. I'm so sorry for this.
Don't worry. So the next day, which is the Wednesday, eventually their client is released by 7:45 thereabout and gets his his phone back. So he calls Godfrey Damme and says, "I've been released."
No, that's not true. That's not true. When he was released, the officers came to me and said that he needed a phone to call a driver to pick him up, and I told them to assist him to make that call so that they could come and pick him up. I also told them that in the event that he could not reach his driver at 7 o'clock, they should make arrangement from the office to pick him up to the house.
Okay. So the question that has been asked again is, if you could release the client at a time his lawyers were unavailable on the second day, on the second night, what prevented you from releasing him on the first night when he returned from the hospital?
So that's what I'm telling you. We have a lot of activities going on. You are assuming the way you're talking. You are assuming that when you want to release someone, is done by a phone call. Okay, it's a process you go through. So when I sent you the message around 7 o'clock, it took a lot of time before he was finally taken through the process and allowed to go home.
Okay. So this is Hanan.
Just so you understand.
This is Hanan.
This is Hanan. That were dealing with him.
Right. It's okay. It's okay, Raymond. Let's move on. Let's move on. This is Hanan.
So they are all engaged at some point.
This is Hanan who fell sick and had to be taken to the hospital and brought back, and the next day. How about his wife? Was she also sick?
Your what?
His wife.
Yes.
Could his wife not be released?
So, you see, I'm telling you that there was a process where they had to go through. At the end of the day, You see now they come back. That now are they abandoning the Hanan issue now, and want to talk about his wife, or were they there to represent Hanan alone and not his wife?
I am now asking that question. That Hanan had a situation. Exactly your explanation is that Hanan had a situation.
Because of what they are saying. You see, now the facts are out. And now they want to abandon, it's not Hanan. Okay, well, they were there to represent both clients. We were ready to do interrogation from day one. And then that interrogation started on Thursday. Okay? When he came back the next morning, he came with his lawyer, and we started the interrogation the next day.
Okay. Maybe my final question to you then is, they are already on bail. They are already on bail in very hefty sums. You have their passports. There's no way they can run away from anywhere because that's the bail they were on, and they were attending to court. They didn't run away. So if you put in a withdrawal, they get discharged. Why can't you, in that same minute, tell them you are already on bail with us? We have all your documentation. Just go home. We can talk to you later. Why didn't you do that?
I think there is a misunderstanding of the process that happens at IOCO. First of all, the gentleman went out. Okay, we didn't know whether he will come back that day or not. As I speak to you now, Kofi Juma says he's still sick. He is still at Kolibu. Okay, so the moment he leaves the office, we have other cases we are working on. So the officers are directed to move on to other cases. That is why I'm telling you that if they had had the patience to wait, by the time we are all congregating from the assignments we undertook while they were at the hospital, we would have been able to work on that process the same day.
These are lawyers who are saying that. These are lawyers who are saying that they spend an odd 30 hours within your offices. And you are still saying that they were not available. You call them after they had left because they get tired.
How many hours were they in my office? Hello?
30 hours.
Something. So does the 30 hours include the period at the hospital?
Okay, so you haven't answered my question, which is...
No, I'm asking you, does the 30 hours include the hours at the hospital?
You haven't answered my question, which I asked, which is that they are already on bail. You have secured their attendance.
We could have held them for 48 hours. We let them go before that time. What is the fuss about that?
They are already on bail. They are already on bail. All of this. You have their passports, you have their everything, you have seized you have frozen their money, you have frozen their accounts. We are told they do not even have a dime on their body as you are supposed to do for them. You haven't done all of that. So why rearrest them and detain them a second time?
Something. You yourself said that the first case was withdrawn. Okay? Mm-hmm. The first case was withdrawn. They were under arrest. We could have held them for 48 hours. We held them for less than 48 hours. I've told you that we did not breach any process. In fact, we were rather magnanimous in staying till late in the night to ensure that these people will go home. The only problem I think I have with this issue is the fact that once they came, they wanted everything that you were doing to stop and listen to Hanan, because there's a red carpet that has to be rolled out for the former Attorney General. That kind of mindset I don't tolerate. You come in the time we killed you. The guy is sick. He's gone. We've moved on to other things. So wait. If you waited, we would have done that. The lawyers, even when they came the next day and other lawyers had come before them, they waited till 9 p.m. They decided to leave and be granting interviews.
Okay, so they were with you on Thursday too, when they were supposed to be processed. And as we understand, in an hour, you took them through practically nothing. Nothing new has changed. So what was all this about?
What? Say that again.
That on the basis of something new, that is why the case was withdrawn and then they got rearrested. And you had to detain them. And upon all of that, they come on the Thursday when they are supposed to be processed, interrogated in the presence of their lawyers, and practically nothing happens in 1 hour, and they are asked to go.
That is the lies that you are talking. That's the lies that you guys get fed. So
everybody else is lying.
Let me explain something to you, okay? Let me explain something to you. So I have a document that has been circulated among the former appointees of the former government that when the law enforcement officer calls you, there's a whole anthem, okay? There's a whole manifesto that has been written. When they call you, say no comment to everything. So we asked him a series of questions. We never showed him any document because his answer is no comment to everything. So how did these people conclude that there was nothing new? Where did that come from?
In the end.
And they knew that we were reading from documents.
In the end.
So how did that come
they are
about
lawyers.
They said there
they are lawyers. They are lawyers. They are supposed to understand the documentation. They are supposed to understand the documentation. As you speak now.
You see the next charges. And I want to tell you
so there'll be new charges because we are informed that as they appeared before you, it's the same old charges.
No, that's not true.
So the charges will change.
See, what did the Attorney General say? He said there's new information and new evidence. It is possible that that new evidence, because he's being charged for maybe stealing, for example, the new evidence could come up to another action of stealing that may increase the volume, the amount of money that is involved.
But
so
as we know, the case was not withdrawn. As we know what happened in the court, Raymond, so please, as we know what happened in the court, as we know it, it was not withdrawn because there were some new evidence for which there was a withdrawal. This is what happened before the withdrawal. The Attorney General sought to tender in 2 new witness statements without seeking leave of the court, which breached the procedure. Godfrey Dami raised the objection. The court obviously agreed with Godfrey Dami that that attempt was wrong. So those 2 witness statements were struck off. Then how to proceed further,
so
because it does appear...
There's difference between witness... Listen, there's difference between witness statement and new evidence. I'm talking to you about new evidence. The Deputy Attorney General stated publicly that there is new evidence. There is new evidence. So why won't we allow...
I'm not talking about what he stated publicly. I'm talking about what happened in the courtroom.
Why are we listening to the accused to say that nothing new happened? He was in our court.
In this case,
if nothing new happened, he would have answered the question.
In this case, I'm not listening to an accused. I'm listening to the courtroom. The courtroom, 2 developments happened.
You said to me that when they came, they said there was nothing new. And I'm trying to explain to you that...
I've moved on. I'm now in the courtroom. That the case suffered a jolt, at least. It suffered a certain situation where it appeared the only way the Attorney General could rearrange the case was to withdraw it, and not because there was new evidence to be filed in the courtroom.
Look, Samson,
yes.
my understanding is that the Attorney General could have gone on an application and to introduce that evidence. He could also terminate the case and bring it back. He's chosen one part.
He didn't choose one.
There's one thing
he was forced to choose one. No. He didn't choose one. Hold on.
Listen to me.
He didn't choose one.
Listen to me for a second.
The court struck
out. Listen to me for a second.
On the basis of the objection of Godfrey Dami, the Attorney General was told that you are on the wrong footing. You cannot come in this manner. So the witness statements were struck off. Okay.
So let's agree to that. The Attorney General has withdrawn the case. He is going to refile it, and all of a sudden, heaven is breaking loose. Let me tell you something. Something.
Okay. Finally,
this issue was more at the case management level. Wait till you get into the real case, okay? And then you will see. Hanam's case is one of the strongest we have. I can tell you that.
Of course, 78 million involved. That's a lot of money.
Unnecessary. And I support the Attorney General that in order not to go and do this, then they will appeal, then you go to Supreme Court. He's truncated the thing. He's coming back to court. Let's deal with the substantive case.
Okay, so Raymond, when would they be put back in the courts?
I mean, the new evidence is being forwarded to the Attorney General based on a report that we have compiled. And we just finished interrogating, we just continued the interrogation.
Sorry,
with
the new evidence is
Thursday.
now being forwarded to the Attorney General?
What?
The new evidence on the basis of which you say that's the reason there was a withdrawal is now being forwarded to the Attorney General?
I just told you that I'm sending a report to the Attorney General.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sending a report to the Attorney General. And I am sure that very quickly, early next week, these charges will be filed. That you can ask him.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Raymond. Raymond Archer is Executive Director of the Economic and Organized Crime Office. I leave you to decide what you make of the two facts from the one end and the other end. I leave you to decide. We'll be right back.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. If you have never had mouth pain or a dental issue in your life, then you are one of the lucky few. Dental emergencies can happen unexpectedly and require prompt attention and expert care. Whether it's a toothache, a broken tooth from an accident, a bone stuck between your teeth, a broken denture or crown just before an important event, or any other urgent dental issue, you need a reliable dental clinic you can rush to if you or a family member has a dental emergency. The clinic you select should be equipped to manage a wide range of dental emergencies effectively when you need it most.
Healthy smile.
Hello, CEOs. Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Thursday, 28th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel, Accra. The summit is themed Accelerating Ghana's Economic Transformation, Driving Bold Reforms Through Leadership, Technology, and Industrialization. Tagline, From Vision to Action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking, and the Ghana CEO Excellence Gala. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, SIGA, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo. A decade of leadership impact. T's and C's apply.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. Kale Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, who be here, Semecha Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kel Chacos natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, and Maniswing, Nesasu Mama Hotoso, and will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Did you know that laser can be used to help diagnose and treat your glaucoma? You can have modern cataract surgery like those done in Europe and America right here at the St. Thomas Eye Hospital. You can have modern phaco cataract surgery, retina detachment surgery, macular hole, and all kinds of laser surgeries done right here in Ghana. TMC or SUSU. But it's just to tell you, St. Thomas Eye Hospital provides total eye care for you and your family in a serene environment with world-class equipment. Visit St. Thomas Eye Hospital's Surgical Center at Mathaheko or their Oxford Street branch. I say, Anyway, Yentong. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. It's brought to you by Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner. And the show is taking a completely different turn, but it's important that we give the parties involved the opportunity to be heard. It's only expected of us. The minority leader, Afenyo Marking, is on the line. Justice Stremside, the Deputy Attorney General, is also on the line. So hold on for us. We'll get the other perspectives from the Deputy Attorney General and the minority leader as well. Remember, the minority leader had issued a statement and asked them to release the people who were being held because he didn't see the point in they being held. Because they had already spent almost a month or so in Iyoko, custody. And so it's part of the reason some people didn't understand what is going on. But as you heard, Raymond, because they had been discharged by the courts, a whole new thing begins. So that's why they took them. The show is also brought to you by Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way Insurance. Dial star 165 hash on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks is strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold board jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Osahe Afenyo Marking, thank you very much for making time to join us.
Respected Leonard colleague, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to be on your network.
I think you were about one of the first to issue a statement condemning the rearrest and detention of Hanan and his wife. What again do you want to say? Because they have been released anyway.
Yes, so thank you again. I listened to Mr. Remonacha extensively. Clearly, I've learned one lesson as a politician, that there are some institutions that require pure professionalism and not political appointees who may not be willing to adjust. I respect him for his work as an investigative journalist. But perhaps what he doesn't know or realize is that he's alone in this veil. Because, you see, he's made Iyoko a one-man institution. You meet people and they tell you he's on his own. Not listening to his own narrative. He's even breaking down. He said you close at 1 a.m. It's a whole institution. You should look at Kipu, the Director General of DNI.
The man is always relaxed. I mean, he's talking to you as if it's a friendly talk, but he's doing his work. You go to the director of investigations, you see their posture, their level of emotional intelligence, calm, but they are still getting the facts. In my practice as a lawyer, I've been chasing cases at BNI since 2010, and they are calm, but they are doing the work. If you go to CID headquarters, I mean, that beautiful lady, the Director General of CID, she's with all smiles, but she's doing her work. Those professionals. I am saying that he would have to, internalize the job. And I am just saying this very friendly to him, that he needs a certain high level of professionalism. You know, what he did to Anand, you see, he kept Anand in, and when he kept him in, 36 hours, it was when they offered him malt and pie, and then started throwing up. They sent him to the BNI facility, the clinic there, and then when he got a bit better, they brought him back. Respectfully, the whole period you didn't interrogate him, only for a gentleman to get to the cells, gate and open him and say, my boss says go home. You see, what he doesn't know is that those officers are frustrated. They are also talking. They feel very frustrated. So if Raymond really wants to leave his mark and leave a legacy, he has every budget and institutions abroad that are helping Iyoko to grow. He should invest in training officers there. A lot of them have been trained. If he wants to train some more, he should train them and allow systems to work. Not to be getting so personal, sometimes directing arrests and all that. You remember you asked him a question that indeed the Attorney General's office has issued a statement about a certain amount, and then he was also doing something, and he tried to defend it, saying that, oh, okay, we are dealing with a petition from FIC. I don't think there's a petition from FIC. I don't think so. You know, Ghana is a small place. Accra is very small. The way he's mistreating people, his own people in government are not happy with him. So I would encourage him to be very professional. Now,
wouldn't it be positive that his own people? Wouldn't it be positive that his own people are not happy with him because he's firm?
You put a question to him on AG's statement, and then he himself could not answer it properly. We listened. I listened to him the whole period. Let me deal with the issue of bail. It is his argument that the quantum of money involved in an investigation,
50 million for the PDS situation,
should be the basis for determining bail. It's not founded in any law. Any legal discretion to be exercised in respect to that. I mean, what he's doing is quite novel. You are investigating. Please take your time and investigate. Look at the circumstances of the person. The person is a public figure. He's walked into your facility. You know his house. You know his address and all of that. You can't go ahead and say that because the amount and the investigation is 50 million, go and bring 50 million. Do you know what they are doing now? When somebody brings a property, the next thing is that they investigate the person who even to surety to find out how you acquired the property. That is what Iyoko is doing. They demand for 50 million worth of property, 20 million worth of property. If you get people to bring it, now they begin investigating the persons. I have quite a number of people who have stood surety, and they are now being harassed. How did you get your property?
Who are these people?
All these things are not right.
Who are these people? Who are these people who have posted bail and they are being harassed?
Oh, I mean, I won't mention it now, but the caucus is putting something together. At the right time, we'll speak. But what I want Iyoko to know is that MPP is able to provide leadership to protect its members. NPP, New Patriotic Party, has the capability to provide leadership to protect its members. We respect state institutions. We believe that there must be rule of law. We believe that once a person gets into public office, a day of accountability will come. That is settled.
But you organize your caucus to go and sit in front of Yoko. You were rather interfering with the process. You were seeking to frustrate them.
No. Protests are far right. We went there in a civil protest because how Wontumi was treated was wrong. And we stated so. We didn't go there to harass him. He refused to grant us audience. We sat quietly, stood quietly. We didn't interfere. That's not interference. We were concerned about the Rambo style. Listen, maybe at the risk of being repetitive, let me reiterate the point of Wontumi. Wontumi had been arrested by police. He went there, police granted him bail. And in fact, Iyoko wanted to arrest Wontumi at the premises of the police. Police, as professional as they are, refused to allow that instruction. They said, no, it's not done. Properly invite him. He refused. Mr. Raymond Archer refused to properly invite Wontumi. When Wontumi got out of the police headquarters,
all right,
they accosted him and arrested him in a Rambo style, which was very wrong.
All right.
And then when he got there, they started frustrating him. That is why the caucus went to Yoko in a civil protest, which is far right guaranteed in the Constitution, because when things are going wrong, it's our responsibility to protest it. And with this all right, in accordance with law, without interference. All I'm saying is that he should do his job, but do it professionally. What is happening is that he's exposing himself. He's not going on in an investigative journalism where you want to pin something and then deal with it in a certain manner for public, discuss. You are dealing with a matter that will go to a court of law. You are dealing with evidence. So how you go about it is something else. You are not saying that Kofi Juma, you told your officers that they should wait. He's taking medication. They should give you one hour and all of that. All these are not true with respect. We've had one-on-one encounter as a leader. I've had one-on-one encounter with these party members. You pick the man up from his house. Kofi Juma is the man in his 70s. He's been part of the politics of this country, a mayor, a member of parliament, chief executive of public institutions. Would he run away? If you invite him, he will come. Grant him there, let him go. Sir, can report tomorrow, 9 a.m. DNI does it all the time.
All right.
Police CID does it all the time. The person will not run away anywhere, he will come.
Thank you.
If Raymond to show his power, I can tell you that his own party is not with him.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He should be professional.
Thank you. Osahin Afeyomaking is a minority leader, and he joined us to express his frustrations and concerns about what he says is the wrong approach to which Raymond Archer is handling the important office of Iyoko. I'm sure that Raymond will disagree with him, but again, Dr. Justice Sramsai, who is the Deputy Attorney General, who is the one leading this prosecution to over this 78.2 million Ghana cedis in the buffer stock matter, joins us. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
On this occasion, I'm not your president, please.
Oh, you remember I was a judge?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, in that context.
I understand.
Yes. So let me first of all make this clear that this administration, and I'm talking of this government, has done everything it can to protect the fundamental human rights of citizens. Something you recall that a few months ago, before we came to power, having the public demonstration was an issue. And the whole of the Flagstaff House and its perimeter was declared as national security zone, for which reason nobody was allowed to have demonstrations there.
Yes, I'm in court fighting for people whose rights were abused during those demonstrations.
Exactly. You and I have done a lot in that respect, and police brutality, and even politicians who slap policemen on camera and all. We fought for those people, and we still, while we came to office, we have made everything possible to ensure that those barbaric incidents are things of the past. And today, every person who wants to demonstrate right in front of the Flagstaff House everywhere is given the opportunity to do so. The second thing we have done to ensure the protection of human rights when it comes to suspects and accused persons is that it is our policy never to oppose bail. So if you go through the court records of all these cases that we are doing, we go to court and not even once have we opposed any bail. What we end up doing is to urge the court to give conditions that will make sure that the accused person is available for trial. That is another major shift in policy that we have done. Now, when it comes to interrogation, now you would even notice that when you visit police stations and even Yoko and other places, they try as much as possible to keep schedules so that you do not go and sit down at a place and wait for 3 days without seeing anyone. So these are things that we have done which have improved significantly on the human rights protection of citizens.
Okay.
Now, there was something which I think you mentioned something in the discussion concerning the proceedings that happened in the Hanan case.
Correct.
And I believe my understanding of what you said, and I may be wrong, is that one of the reasons why we withdrew the charges against Hanan was because of an objection that Hanan's lawyers raised in court. Let me give you the context. So and I'm sure you have done criminal trials, and you know very well that when it comes to even amendment of witness statement or substitution of witness statement, you could do that by oral application. Is that not the case?
It's possible. So some judges allow it.
Pardon?
I said it's possible. Some judges allow it.
Yes, some judges allow that. So this being the first time we are appearing before the current judge on the Hanan case, I think an attempt was made to make an oral, amendment or substitution of the witness statement, to which the lawyer for Hanan, opposed. And the judge said once the lawyer on the other side opposes, the advisable thing to do, or what he would order, is for us to file a formal motion. And therefore, the judge refused to accept the oral withdrawal, which means that we have to go and file. That is a completely different matter, which could be resolved simply by filing. And in fact, let me add this to you that in another case before the same judge, we tried it, and he said we should file, and we are going to file, a new witness. We are going to file a new process. So these are things that happen and are normal in trial.
Yes, but in this case, as we understand it, you didn't seek the leave of the court before you filed the new witness statement. You just went ahead and filed it, and they are entitled to object, and they successfully objected, and they got it struck off.
And what we were supposed to do is to seek leave to file. Now, what my problem is when I get the impression that you are trying to connect that to the reason for withdrawing the charge sheet, to withdrawing the charges against Hanan, and I'm saying that has very little to do with it. As I mentioned in my communication to the public, it is upon the discovery of fresh evidence. And we are at liberty to make certain decisions. For example, we could have, if we look at the evidence and the evidence is a different transaction, we could have charged him in a different court with those charges from the fresh evidence. But we consider the fact that we said, look, it is not the best to put one person through trial in different courts. If it is possible for us to merge the charges and present the same person in the same court. In any case, the current case is just a TMC. We have not even called one witness, so trial has not actually begun. So the information we had and the decision we took was to try as much as we can to be fair, to give the accused person fair, expeditious, and less expensive trial. That is what we are doing. If that would be interpreted as an abuse of the accused person's, right.
Now the question is, the question is, when they were asked to return to Yoko on Thursday, and they returned to Yoko on Thursday, it was only the husband who was asked a few questions within an hour, and nothing new has come up.
No,
I must announce to my audience, just a second, hold on. I must announce to my audience that, hold on, Justice.
The case was withdrawn because
Justice, listen to me. Can you hear me? I'm announcing to my audience that, as you can see, it's 12 o'clock, but we are doing an extra 30 minutes. Join us on television and the PDS matter to the people who are involved. Whose story Raymond Archer has sought to contradict, are joining us to share the counter view. They say that Raymond has not been, sincere with us. So in the PDS matter, they are also joining us. Stay with us because we are speaking to the lawyers as well.
Can I round up and leave because I have
No, it's not you I'm talking to. So you go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
PDS issue which I will be able to speak to. So if you can let me just round up on this one, and then the PDS matter would be dealt with.
That's fine.
Separately from. Yeah. So the point I'm trying to make is that I agree that lawyers the words that lawyers speak carry weight. Okay. But we should also be careful not to take a lawyer's word as if it is the truth. And I see repeatedly that Raymond was trying to draw your attention to the fact that you appear to be taking the account of Hanan's lawyers as if it is the fact. But that is their version of the story. And it's important that in as much as we are public officers and ought to be giving account of what we are doing, it is not possible to be attending and speaking to some of these details everywhere. So my plea is that when lawyers come and they say things in the media, it is important that we report those things as their word rather than to make it look as if that is the fact. And I think that would be a fair representation than to communicate a lawyer's view of what happened as if it's the truth. The truth can be a combination of their side, our side, and probably another side to find the truth. So if I speak to you, you can say, I said so. The officials are saying this, but not to make it look as if what I have said is the gospel truth.
What is this new evidence that has led to this?
I think, as Raymond said, if the lawyers are saying that there are no new evidence, it's okay. Eventually, these matters will come to the court and we'll file our charge sheet. And when we file it, it will be clear whether there's a new evidence or not. So I wouldn't take the wind out of the sail. I think we should just remain calm.
These are significant public interest matters. Even before you started, even before you entered the courtroom, you told us about the evidence and how this thing was really bad in the 78.2 million theft and money laundering. So why don't you update the public using this vehicle? What has happened?
The public will be updated when we find it necessary. So it is not as if we will not update the public. We definitely will update the public, but just as the first time, we chose the time to do the update. And this time around, I think we are entitled to choose the time. What is more important is that eventually the public will get to know that this is the new evidence and this is what has happened.
Okay. But briefly on the Benjamin Alpha's communication on the PDS, can you say something to us about it? Because it doesn't look like Raymond is aware that it is the subject of the 850 million missing, money in the Carl Bank account. Did we lose Justice Stremsai? Okay. It looks like we did. And apologies because he wanted to speak to just this issue. The small bit of that issue and to go because he's engaged in something else. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. But like I said, and Raymond Archer says that it is not true. Okay, so it's only fair that his point be put out. He's saying to Afenyo Marking, that it is not true that we investigate people who stand surety. The truth is that when documents are submitted as surety with justification, it has to be confirmed by the Lands Commission. Yeah, that's standard. That is not investigating how they acquired the properties. In the case of Hanan, the surety was fraudulent. We did not even pursue that criminal issue. It is not true. This is a lie. So this is Raymond Acha reacting to Osahin Afenyo marking that people who stand surety and bring their documents to their properties, they get investigated. He's saying, and I read that for the last time, it is not true that we investigate people who stand surety. The truth is that when documents are submitted as surety with justification, it has to be confirmed by the Lands Commission. That's standard, we all know that. That is not investigating how they acquired the properties. In the case of Hanan, the surety was fraudulent. We did not even pursue that criminal issue. It is not true. This is a lie. Yes, so, Justice Ramsay is back. So if you can spare us just 2 minutes, what will you say about what the press secretary had to say? And it doesn't appear that may actually be what is being investigated. Hello, Justice Ramsay. We lost him again. Okay, so we'll move on. It's unfortunate. I understand that we don't have as much time as I indicated. So in less than some 3 minutes, what will be your quick comments for us to terminate this?
Would you like
yes.
Okay, so for me, maybe 3 quick
just
points.
A minute each to all of you. We apologize for what has happened.
Oh, yeah.
3 minutes anymore.
Yeah, just...
Yes, Sabna.
Yeah, just maybe 3 quick points that, one, arrest is not enough when you are looking at anti-corruption governance. You are looking at investigations, you are looking at prosecution, you are also looking at institutional reform. How do we ensure that we are not coming back to some of these issues around procurement, irregularities, abuse of sources, when you look at some of these issues under PDS and also on the Hanan case. And so for me, I think that it's important that we are looking at some internal controls, structures. Otherwise, the arrest only gives us a bit of media optics and then we jump onto it and we don't get further. I think that is almost a year now. And so I was hoping that we'll go into the substance of the issue and to get some recoveries. The monies, the amount we are talking about is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And so not just about going back and forth, but we need to really move beyond that. And also fighting corruption really requires that you need citizen support. You need the public support. And so I think...
I'm sharing the 3 minutes amongst all of you. Yeah.
I think that it's important that due process is important so that we don't abuse the right of suspects and to ensure that whatever we are doing is more principled and fair and not seen as a part.
And one of the rights of suspects is what Justice Ramsay spoke about. They can charge them with a new court, fresh charges in a new court, which means they'll be going to one court, going to another court, and being moved here and there. But they believe that it's better to consolidate. And that is why they terminated the case, and not because they were facing difficulties, because there were 2 issues they were facing in that court about the authorization of the Yoko officer and those other matters. My outfit is by Habil's Couture. You can check on Habil's on any of their socials, Habil's. You can call them 0200 84 1988, 0200 84 1988. Yes, Vicky.
Okay, so I guess there's a lot, clearly, that could be said about this, but we don't have time. So we must be clear on a few things. My thing is that if public money has been stolen or laundered or diverted, then the state must pursue the suspects fearlessly. But the state must also act lawfully. And I'm glad that the Deputy Attorney General has mentioned some human rights improvements in the system. Because in Hanan's case, for example, I mean, when he fell ill, it would have been good to just let that day slide. You know, the guy was vomiting and all that. He got stabilized.
So let him go home?
Yeah.
Let him go home and take care of himself rather than keep him in custody?
Yes, I think so, yes. Because, I mean, he hasn't run away. I don't know the guy, but I'm just talking from a human point of view. So I think that, look, we all support the mandate that EUCO has. It's not an easy mandate because we all want our money. But it's important that the work is done fairly, professionally, and humanely, and within the rule of law.
Okay.
And so for me, I believe that we don't defeat corruption by weakening due process.
Okay. Yes. Abbas.
Samson, let me put on record that the NDC as a political party is solidly behind the work Raymond Archer is doing, and therefore we urge the public to disregard the claim by the minority leader that even members of the government and by extension the NDC is not happy with the work he's doing. There
are members of the government who have petitioned the president and petitioned.
But if
so
the government,
you can't say disregard because there's some truth in what he said.
But if the government was not happy, the president would have fired him.
He says some. He says some.
Yes, so, but you see, even within the MPPs, not everybody who is happy that Afenyo Markins is a minority leader. So when we talk about the majority. You see, if the president was not happy with Raymond Archer, he would have fired him. And Afrechia Yeboah made a claim that Oral is dead because the Attorney General filed a nolle prosequi in respect of the cases we inherited. First and foremost, those claims are not entirely true because with regards to the Atuforcing case, the appeal on the submission of no case succeeded. So the Atuforcing case terminated through the court processes. And
it didn't terminate through the court. There was one other pending.
Yes.
Godfrey Dame had filed an appeal against the decision.
But the submission of no case that was initially overruled by Justice Asariboche was subsequently upheld. And if it was upheld previously in the High Court, I think the case would have terminated. Now,
there's a case that was pending in the Supreme Court that was not pursued.
But,
let's be faithful to the facts.
Whatever the case is, I find the claim that the decision of the Attorney General to file a nolle prosequi means the death of Oral, I find it quite strange.
Right.
Because for an Attorney General to prosecute a case, there must be that prosecutorial belief.
That's right.
If an Attorney General does not believe in a case and he files a nolle prosequi and you think that amount to a death of Oral, I'll find that claim.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oral is well and alive, and Oral will achieve the purpose for which
Abbas
it was intended.
Nuruddin is a lawyer and CEO of the Social Investment Fund and also NDC spokesperson. Afrechia Yeboah, sorry we couldn't come back to you. Former Deputy Attorney General Vera Abna-Addo is with the CDD, and Victoria Bright is international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur. Thanks to our other guests that we engaged earlier. I'm Samson Ladu-Anyenini. Thank you for joining us as always. And also go to Melcom, your #1 shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in healthcare. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile. Have a good afternoon.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring David. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes.
If you want quality, this be where you belong.
Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced Twin Star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Welcome to Sulas Enterprise, the shop that deals in industrial machinery such as generators, rice millers, water pumps, compressors, and mowers. From the smallest to the largest capacity, at Sulas Enterprise, we give you nothing but the best from the best brands such as Honda and Perkins. When it comes to our generators, we also sell mowers coming from brands like Honda, Briggs and Straton, and Oleoma. And when it comes to our water pumps, we offer you brands like Lily, and Pedrola water pumps. We also sell rice millers for all capacities. We are located at Spintex, Kakalika Plaza. Also, find our various locations as displayed on screen, or call us on the following number: 0243-839-463 or 0554-154-416 or 0240-541-493.
Sulas Enterprise, where quality meets affordability.
to the Ghana Business Leaders Conclave, a rare time with His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. This exclusive forum brings together CEOs, board members, policymakers, and captains of industry for a high-level closed-door dialogue on negotiation, mediation, and ethical governance for business sustainability, alongside a rare opportunity to engage in a deeply insightful conversation with one of Africa's most influential and widely respected traditional rulers. Theme: Leading with Integrity, Navigating Mediation and Ethical Governance for Business Sustainability. In today's complex and high-stakes business environment, the ability to make sound ethical decisions under pressure is critical. Join us on Friday, 15th May 2026 at 4 p.m. at the Kofi Ohene Konadu Auditorium on the UPSA campus. For RSVP or enquiries, kindly call 024-431-1996 or 024-587-9187. Be part of this defining conversation where leadership meets legacy and the future of ethical governance is shaped. The Ghana Business Leaders Conclave, a rare time with Otumfuo Osei Tutu II.
Cadbury Hot Chocolate. Crafted from cocoa, milk, and sugar. Creamy, chocolatey, frothy goodness, rich taste, so satisfying.
Cadbury goodness, the treats you deserve every day.
Welcome to the Ghana Business Leaders Conclave, a rare time with His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Tutu II. This exclusive forum brings together CEOs, board members, policymakers, and captains of industry for a high-level closed-door dialogue on negotiation, mediation, and ethical governance for business sustainability, alongside a rare opportunity to engage in a deeply insightful conversation with one of Africa's most influential and widely respected traditional rulers. Theme: Leading with Integrity, Navigating Mediation and Ethical Governance for Business Sustainability. In today's complex and high-stakes business environment, the ability to make sound ethical decisions under pressure is critical. Join us on Friday, 15th May 2026 at 4 p.m. at the Kofi Ohene Konadu Auditorium on the UPSA campus. For RSVP or enquiries, kindly call 024-431-1996 or 024-587-9187. Be part of this defining conversation where leadership meets legacy and the future of ethical governance is shaped. The Ghana Business Leaders Conclave, a rare time with Otumfuo Osei Tutu II.
Amma sits outside her home, washing clothes and watching the sea just few meters away. The waves are close and they keep coming. Her house is less than 30 meters away from the shoreline, and each day the sea moves nearer. Just few weeks ago, the wave struck at night and nearly killed her and her 7-month-old baby.
Nti wadem wana mi dem ti sa de ye gbim prekope na mi soli na mi peja mi ba no mi ni mi ma mienu na wadem mo na ba ko so yi ye flash na ye tv no ka se afọ ataba wen timi support timi yusi I say see breeze na akoma ma na say e na mi peja baby no e na ye do no ko she ma mi fufuro bi dem wo na wa na mbe be siesie mi ye de na asa ye sa akotina ho nti say dem nyam shishi mi nya sika ka metu afri ha.
Amma has lived here for the past 3 years, and in that time, the sea has swallowed the land in front of her home.
Na hanu say nye dai ba hanu de da asase kopem baby ade ni si no na onye na ya asase ankura no timi di agro wo ho no menti se ne ade ni ye ni pressure no mpo no se do June July mu aye basa betunya ba anya na enya agro kura betunya betumi body ba ha uwa ha wontimi ntina na frama
Shiabu is one of the hardest hit coastal communities in Accra. hundreds of homes have been swallowed by the sea. Some families have left, but many cannot afford to go.
We cannot move unless the sea comes before, because we don't have any place and we move. We don't have any place, we will move. You understand? And we don't have any money to go and, go and rent the apartment. But only premises that we have. We are waiting for the Lord.
Along the shore, broken buildings sit along the edge of the sea. Walls are cracked and foundations are exposed. Some homes are already gone.
Aban ne man penifo no mo ncho mo ne be hwehwe abufo. Esan so mo bre pan wa enye happen na ebubu. So what do we need to was we say dem bebre self contain bi krasim. Enye say na ate defense on be ye e beach side no na ma pressure ni na aba beda.
Residents believe the construction of the sea defense at Glape, about 2 kilometers away, shifted the pressure to Shiabo.
Our buildings and our room is as collapsed. You know, who the end? I'm on the Bobana Beguas, I'm on Twaso Maya. And see, we are telling Ghana that come and do this thing for us. Because, bre.
Reverend Joshua Atto has seen the change, and he says the shoreline has shifted so much that homes that once stood here have disappeared into the sea.
You were assembly a beer, were MP a beer, were you look by Comuni a beer. I mean, I know. She won't not only put enough fear away. Robert near fear to walk the chair, where you obey. A younger son, what you'll find beer. I get out the way you me. Tomorrow, walk about you, I get to New York 22. Get your 22 and one way, may never be you. Robert, oh my God, Papa, no family, over to way. Near she try to get me PT. Mofiamo Pelagade and Aoka Pogabashia. She got a Gaji Akpobu, Besalo family, Salobashia.
Residents are asking governments to extend the sea defense to Shiabu so they can stop the waves from destroying what is left of their community.
Esra bani say, Onusum Bremu, Onusun Chan and Imbasha Shiabu for a Dansoma, Shiabu, and America say, no more.
Once to mark out there about Kodu and Agbasafu, Kodu Yajo. Over Nushi, about your cabinet here, 1 hour ago.
But experts say the sea defense is not the full solution. Professor Kwesi Epieni Ado is a coastal processes expert.
Artificial means can never and has never been the solution in fighting the natural system. So sea defense are always not a solution. Basically, what we do with sea defense is that we either prevent the ocean from taking sediment away, or we block sediment within the transport path, the sediment transport path. We block and trap sediment so that we build beaches within where erosion is a problem. But in blocking sediment, you are depriving other areas of sediment. So basically what you've done is that you've transferred the problem from one location to the other. And that is why in some areas, you realize that in Keta, for instance, sea defense is doing very well, but downdrift erosion has increased. Why? Because the volume of sediment that would have gone to build the beaches and gone to, create a balance in the sediment budget regime are now being blocked and trapped. So the reduced sediment will definitely have an impact. And these are some of the reasons why the downdrift side begin to erode. So to me, sea defense using hard engineering approach has never been a solution. We should now begin to think about managing with nature, and that is nature-based solution.
As the sea advances inland, residents of Shiabu are asking for a chance to stay. But with every wave, that chance is slipping away. Emmanuel Jivenu, Joy News, Shiabu, Accra. Every morning, traditional priest Togbi Akpasu pours libation here, calling on his gods to protect the land he has guarded for more than 30 years. But the land he is praying for is slowly disappearing. The sea that once stayed far from his shrine now moves closer with every strong wave, breaking walls, exposing rocks, and threatening to wash away the very place he believes is sacred.
The first time the sea was far from us, it's not this near like the way it is now. So now we are seeing that the sea is coming. More than a year now. But he used to come and go back. Sometimes, as we the traditional